their best. Everybody wants to have more time off, and everybody wants to make a lot more money, including you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, 100X DNA Singapore, 100X DNA Australia. Go to the chat box, say good morning, say hello, and let me know where you're joining me from. Are you joining me from Singapore, or are you joining me from Australia this morning? Arun, good morning to you, joining from Singapore. Excellent. Nassim, good morning from Singapore. Tracy, g'day from Queensland. Excellent. Amanda, g'day from Sydney. Raj, good morning from Australia. Yee, good morning from Singapore. Well, welcome to the 100X DNA Masterclass. Let me ask you, how many of you are ready to live your best life? How many of you are ready to wake up feeling confident and financially secure every day? Well, this weekend, we're going to make sure that happens for you. It's my belief that 1 million business people woke up this morning feeling stuck, not knowing what to do next. And this is because of the three biggest problems, which are fears, doubts, and limiting beliefs. And how we overcome these fears, doubts, and limiting beliefs is by upgrading our mindset. Our mindset is our internal operating system. It's our inner programming. And when we do that, we go from good to great, and we do it fast. And we're going to do three things this weekend. We're going to show you how to catapult your influence, accelerate your impact, and unleash new income levels. And over the next 2 days, we will make the shift to the 100X DNA mindset. And when you do that, you start to live life on your terms. You start to become an impactful leader, and you start to leave a legacy. And when you shift, you start to get clarity. And getting clarity and living your dream life is knowing exactly what you want in the four most important areas. So this weekend, go to the chat box and let me know. Are you here because you want to improve your career? Do you want to get clarity about relationships? Do you want clarity for your health? Or do you want clarity around your finances? For some of you, you want to make the shift and you want to become a leader. And leadership is the ability to influence and lead others to become their best. It's also how you choose to live your own life. But let me ask you, who's the hardest person to lead? Who's the hardest person to lead? Do you know who it is? Arun, yourself. Excellent. But once you do that, you become a natural leader, and then you can start to lead in any situation. And when you shift to the 100X DNA mindset, you leave your legacy, and your legacy is your contribution to others. And once you discover the legacy that you want to leave, you find your life's purpose. And this is where all of your confidence comes from. And I believe that we could all agree that life would become so much easier when you woke up every day feeling confident and financially secure. Isn't that right? Excellent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session number 1. Session number 1 today is going to go from 9 a.m. through till 10 a.m. We'll take a break. we'll come back for session 2, 10:15 to 11:15. We'll then take a break and we'll come back for session 3 at 11:30 through till 12:30. Now, I want you to remember this. The more action you take, the more money you make. Write that down, or somebody please put it in the chat box. The more action you take, the more money you make. Make sure you write it down, put it in the chat box. The more action you take, the more money you make. So this weekend, we're going to do 3 things. We're going to explore new ideas. I'm going to educate you on best practices. And then I want you to execute on these ideas immediately, because it's in the execution of these ideas that you make the money. So remember, the more action you take, the more money you make. Excellent. So over the next 2 days, my job is to give you hundreds of $1 million ideas. My job is to give you ideas that can make you rich. Your job is to take these ideas and to act on them immediately. And as we say, the more action you take, the more money you make. Now, to make the most of this program, firstly, show up on time. One of the most important skills of success is time management. Most people show up late and they lose opportunities. So show up on time. Secondly, remember, your mind is like a parachute. You know what a parachute is? You know when you jump out of the back of the aircraft and you pull on the cords and that parachute shoots up? Your mind is also like a parachute, and your mind only works when it's open. And you've got many ideas that you've been using for years, and those ideas that you've had in the past worked, but they've stopped working. And in order for you to put new ideas in here, you've got to have an open mind, because you're going to learn things this weekend that will challenge what you already know. And once you accept and apply these ideas, immediately you'll start to make more money. Thirdly, we're going to do a lot of execution exercises. And I want you to do each of these exercises to the very best of your ability. Also, be real with yourself. Be honest with yourself and have a lot of fun on day 1. So welcome, session number 1. I'm very excited to share these new ideas with you. So go to the chat box and let me know. Do you ever feel you should be further ahead in life at this stage? How many people here feel they should be further ahead in life at this age? Nassim, Joy, Tracy, David, yes, you're feeling that you should be further ahead in life at this age. What about those people who feel they should be more successful in their careers? Anybody here feeling that they should be far more successful in their career by now? You should have had more promotions. You should have had more recognition. You should be making more money, having more responsibilities. Excellent. How many of you feel that you should have more financial security for you and your family? Anybody here today feels they should have more security for yourself and for your family? Instead of worrying about living from paycheck to paycheck. Instead of worrying if you're going to have enough money to survive. Wondering if you're going to have to work through to your 60s or 70s or 80s just to pay bills. Do you feel you should have more security for you and your family? Daniel Wong, I seem like I'm falling backwards. Excellent. Well, we're going to give you ideas today to make you move forward, and we're going to do it really fast. So after completing session number 1, you'll be able to discover your DNA activation and deactivation status. You'll learn to overcome fear with effective action skills. And you'll also learn how to harness NLP for powerful, accelerated results. So I want to tell you a story about Michael. Michael O'Brien was a sales professional, and he was struggling to make money. He had all the knowledge, but he couldn't apply it. And Michael felt like he was about to give up on his dream of one day of having a successful business. Does anybody else feel like that? You've been working hard for many years. You've got a dream to be a business owner, but you feel that maybe you're going to give up on that dream one day. Anybody else feeling like that? Well, Michael was in the exact same position. Now, 1 week after applying the 100x DNA system, Michael made $60,000 in commissions. And I'm going to give you the same ideas and you're going to get the same results. So let's hear from Michael.
So this is the end of day 3 of the Success Breakthrough with Daniel Tolson and the Tolson Institute. And there's not that many words that you can describe about how, how you feel at the end and what you've been through. The best way that I could probably describe this, how I'm feeling after everything, is that if you could picture being a superhero for 3 days where you're invincible, you can knock down walls, you can fly through anything you want, and there's no obstacles that will stop you. That's probably the easiest way that I can explain how I'm feeling. So tomorrow, even now, once I leave here, I can't wait to see what's in front of me because I have no fears and I'm just full of confidence that, I can do anything I can. So I just thank you very much, Daniel, and the Institute. And, I'll be back, that's for sure. Thanks very much.
Are you ready to feel the same way as Michael does? He said he feels like he's Superman, being able to crash through any obstacle. And I want the same for you. Now, for the men and for the ladies, here's one of our recent students, Dr. Maswati. Dr. Maswati had recently retired from her government career as a veterinarian, and she didn't know how to take the next steps to becoming a business owner. So give me a wave once again. Has anybody here retired? You've already retired, you've finished your jobs, and now you're looking for a new life's purpose. Is that you? If that's you, give me a me, Joseph. Excellent. Well, Maswati told me 3 things. She said, Daniel, I want to be my own boss. Secondly, I have to learn how to lead other people. And thirdly, I want to make an impact in my community. Now, as soon as she joined my mastermind, she set a goal and she learned navigational coaching. And then within 90 days, she started her own business. So who here would love to become a leader? Who would love to start their own business? Well, if you said yes, there's other people in real time right now doing that. And by applying my ideas, they've been able to do it in 90 days. So let's hear from Dr. Maswati.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maswati Madamin. I'm a veterinarian that retired from the Department of Veterinary Services. My goal is to open up my own veterinary clinic, but due to doubt, fear, and limiting belief, I procrastinate and hesitate to open up the clinic. But after attending the Daniel's Tolson 100x10A Masterclass, I've become more confident and I have my belief, and I've decided to pursue with my dreams of opening up my own veterinary clinic. So now I've already opened it, and like what Daniel has said, is that you don't have to be perfect to do to pursue your dreams, and just go for it, just do the action. And this is what I'm doing, and now I'm opening it for already about 5 days, and I hope that I can do better with the challenges, and with the help of 100x10A Masterclass, I will make it as a good investment for me and for my family, and earn the incomes that I expected. Thank you.
Wow, is that incredible? So I want you to now imagine that's you. You've learned the skills, you've got the knowledge, you've developed your mindset, you've overcome your fears, your doubts, and your limiting beliefs, and now you're out there taking action. But one of the things that I believe that just gets in our way is something called perfectionism. Who here suffers from perfectionism? Give me a wave. Do you suffer from perfectionism? See, Dr. Maswati said she was trying to wait until everything was perfect. Now, if you live in Singapore, most things are perfect, but nothing is ever perfect, is it? It's never perfect. And if you wait for that right time, if you wait for that perfect moment, it's never going to come. So what you've got to learn is you've got to learn to step outside of your comfort zone. You've got to learn to break through perfectionism, and you've got to learn to take action today. Jeffrey, Annie, Henry, Tracy, yes, we're going to break through that perfectionism, and I'm going to show you how this weekend. Now, I want you to get clarity on what you're doing here. So I'd like to ask you, why are you here? Just out of curiosity, why did you come to the 100x DNA Masterclass? Go to the chat box and let me know. Do you want to have less stress, more confidence? Maybe you want to make more money. Maybe you want to increase your sales. Maybe you want to stop doubting yourself. You want to start a business, to become a leader. Maybe you want new job opportunities, to overcome painful memories. Maybe you know that you should be further ahead in life by now, but you don't know why you are not. Maybe you see other people getting ahead faster than you, and you don't know why it's not happening for you. Maybe you want to have a more successful career. Maybe you want to have more security for you and your family. I want you to take a moment, and I want you to go to the chat box and tell me, why are you here? Let me know why you're here, and then I can help you achieve these breakthroughs and these goals this weekend. Joseph, to have a breakthrough and to be successful. Excellent. Nassim, time for a change. Excellent. Marissa, to have clarity and focus, to remove self-doubt. Excellent. Raj, to be a better version of myself, to stop doubting myself, to improve my financial health. Excellent. Nassim, to overcome fears. Henry, to remove my mind blockages. Yes. Marissa, to wield all of my experiences, skills, and gifts together. Victor, to achieve more in life. Milan, stop doubting myself and start a business. Gain confidence and purpose. Excellent. Ken, I want to learn all the ways to make more money. I'm going to give you hundreds of ideas for that this weekend. Raj, to learn more about myself. Kuhn, to be more confident and remove fear, to do what I want. David, I want to break out of my current job to do what I believe in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those things and many more, I'm going to make sure that happens for you this weekend. So as we begin this journey, let me ask you, who here needs coaching? Who here needs some coaching? Give me a wave. Who here needs some coaching? And the second question is, have you ever had coaching before? Who needs coaching? And who's had coaching? Joseph, Milan, Paris, me. Excellent. Well, I designed something and it's called the performance curve. And what I want to let you know is that the average person spends about 20% of their time on money-making activities. And the other 80% of their time, they spend procrastinating. Now, this weekend, I want to make sure you are not doing the wrong things. And that's why I created the performance curve. And it's here to help you learn where you are starting from and where you need to get to next. So my question to you is, where do you sit on the performance curve? So there's 6 places that you could sit. I want you to think of all these 6 places and let's get clarity on your starting point. Are you a new performer? Are you a new performer? You are new to the business world. Is that you? Or are you a developing performer? You've already had experience and some success in the past, and now you want more. Or are you a high performer? You are already at the top of your career, and now you want to get to the next level. Are you a plateaued performer? You were great in the past, but now the world has changed? Are you a declining performer? Maybe you've just lost the love for your career. You've lost the love for the business. You've lost the love for your product or service. Or are you a poor performer? You're losing opportunities and your income has dropped. So where do you sit on the performance curve? Which one are you? Are you a new, developing, high, plateaued, declining, or are you a poor performer? Okay, let's have a look. No judgment. We just want to have a clear understanding of where you're starting from. Okay, Raj, you've had a coach before. Beautiful, excellent, awesome. Nassim is a developing performer. Okay, well, our goal for you, Nassim, is to get you back to becoming a high performer. Is that a good goal for you? Excellent. Thank you for that beautiful smile. Thank you so much. I saw that all the way from Taiwan. I can see you from Taiwan. Thank you. Marissa. Marissa is a new performer. Excellent. Well, our goal today, Marissa, is to get you from a new performer to a developing performer. We want to start to develop these skills. Rinzen, you're a new performer, and our goal this weekend is to help you to become a developing performer. Milan's a new performer. We're going to get you from new to developing. Raj is a plateaued performer. Raj, our goal is to get you back to becoming a high performer and then take you to a totally new level of income. Tracy is a new performer, and we want to get you from new to developing. Excellent. Wonderful. Paris, you're a plateaued performer, and our goal together this weekend is to get you back to becoming a high performer. Henry, you're a developing performer. Our goal this weekend is to take you from good to great and to go from developing to becoming a high performer. Excellent. Ken, you're a high performer. And what we want to do, Ken, is we want to take you to that next level of income. And we're going to figure out what that is this weekend. David, you're a plateaued performer. Our goal for you is to get you back to becoming a high performer this weekend. How does that sound? Is that a good idea? Isn't it amazing to see where you are on the performance curve? And all of us are going to go through this performance curve over the years. Sometimes through the months, sometimes through the weeks will change based on the internal conditions, the mindset. So our goal is to take you from good to great and to do it fast. And how we do that is through a process called navigational coaching. This weekend, we are going to follow a scientific coaching formula called navigational coaching. And because of this tool, I can walk into any room, lead any team, and coach anyone. Following this system, I'm going to take you from good to great, and we're going to do it fast. So let me ask you, do you want to succeed slowly? So slow. Or do you want to succeed fast? What do you want to do? Do you want to succeed slowly? Or do you want to do it fast? Marissa, you want to do it on turbo mode? Yes, we've got a need for speed. So you're going to have the opportunity to work with me this weekend. This weekend is your chance, your opportunity to get to work with me one-to-one. And we are going to be doing live coaching together, where I'm going to be sharing my tips with you so you can stop making mistakes. Does that sound like a good idea? Say yes. Yes. Excellent. Now, my coaching rate is $750 per hour. And you're going to have the opportunity to work with me one-to-one. Now, my coaching rate is $750 per hour, and I want to give you incredible value. So if your camera is on this weekend, if your microphone is on, then you're going to have the opportunity to do some coaching with me. If your camera's not on, if your microphone's not on, I won't be able to do any personal coaching with you this weekend. Now, there's probably only one reason why you wouldn't have your camera or your microphone on this weekend. It's because you're in a comfort zone. That would be the only reason why you wouldn't have your camera or microphone on this weekend, because you're in your comfort zone. Now, the comfort zone is not your success zone, is it? Your comfort zone is not your success zone. And what worked in the past doesn't work anymore. And if you want to go from good to great and you want to get there fast, you're going to need some advice and support. So if your camera and your microphone's on, you're going to get coaching from me this weekend. Now, what I believe is that transformation takes place immediately. And I want you to start to track your transformation. So do this. Take your phone and I want you to turn your camera on and I want you to take a selfie. I want you to take a selfie photo of yourself this morning, and this afternoon I want you to take another one. And what you're going to start to notice is that when you make changes on the inner world, your outer world is going to start to shift. For those of you who have fears, doubts, and limiting beliefs, all of those fears, doubts, and limiting beliefs are hiding inside of you. Once we start to overcome those, you're going to see external results. You're going to start to brighten up. You're going to start to smile. You're going to start to feel full of energy. And I want you to track your transformation. So take your camera out, do a selfie, and start to track your transformation, so you can see yourself changing from moment to moment. So when you're ready, take a photo, and if you're brave, you can even tag me on Facebook or you can tag me on Instagram. If you're going to share it on Instagram, I'll be putting mine up there in a moment. Tag me in it, hashtag 100xDNA. You can tag me in at Daniel Tolson or on Facebook at Daniel Danger Tolson. So make sure you take a selfie this morning, take one this afternoon, and you're going to start to see these changes take place. Now, the law of incremental improvement says, by the yard, it's hard, but by the inch, it's a cinch. And what this means is when you try to do too much too soon, you become overwhelmed. So who here's feeling overwhelmed? You've been going to course to course to course, but you haven't been taking action. You've been reading all the books. You've been listening to all the podcasts. You've been watching all the influencers on YouTube, but now you feel overwhelmed with information. Anybody feeling like that? You start to learn more, but you start to realize the more you learn, the more you don't know. And then you just feel overwhelmed with this information. Excellent. It feels like we've got too much to do and not enough time. Now, when we break things down into bite-sized chunks, success becomes both easy and predictable. So, what I want you to think about is the law of incremental improvement. And it says, by the yard, it's hard, but by the inch, it's a cinch. So as you learn and apply the 100xDNA system, I want you to focus on the 1% improvements, because 1% growth each day is 100% improvement 100 days from now. So let me ask you, who believes that you could be 100% better than you are right now? Do you believe you could be 100 times better than you are right now? Is there people earning 100% more money than you? Is there people who've got 2 or 3 or 4 promotions above you? Are there people employing 10, 20, 30, 40 times more people than you? Are there people with bank accounts 100% bigger than yours? Well, the answer is yes. And all of us could be 100% better than we are today. Would you agree? But could you become 100% better today? Well, you probably could, but that's a lot to do in one day, isn't it? Would you agree, Nassim? 100% in one day, it's a lot, isn't it? And even if you got 100% in one day, you'd probably just feel lucky. You might even feel like an imposter. You might feel like you got a big bit of beginner's luck, and then you start to doubt if you can maintain that. So what we say is, A 1% improvement every day over 100 days is 100% improvement. Doesn't that seem a lot more likely to be able to do that? Anybody here, could you improve your performance by 1% today? Could you do that? Rinzan, yes. Could you do another 1% tomorrow? Yes. Could you do another 1% the day after that, Rinzan? Yes. Doesn't it seem possible that you could just become 1% better? And if you did that for 100 days, you'd be 100% better 100 days from now. So what I want you to do is I want you to focus on these incremental improvements. And if you just improve it 1% per day, 100 days from now, you're going to be 100% better. Cool. We got it. Awesome. Henry, definitely. Now, one of my favorite movies is a movie called Any Given Sunday. Now, I know it's Saturday, but my favorite movie is called Any Given Sunday. And it shows the power of a team. And the truth is, getting out of your comfort zone is hard. Would you agree? Getting out of that comfort zone, leaving that job, getting out of that toxic relationship is hard. But when you have a team of people to help you, it becomes less lonely. And as a team, we can achieve great things. So I want you to remember this. Please write this down. It takes teamwork to make the dream work. It takes teamwork to make the dream work. Now, when was the last time you were on an aeroplane? When was the last time you took a flight, maybe domestic or international? Now, the pilot and the co-pilot are two very important people on the aircraft, aren't they? But are they the only people on the aircraft? There's cabin crew to get the customers on, isn't there? There's cabin crew to keep everybody safe. There's engineers to put fuel in the aircraft. There's maintenance people to maintain the aircraft. There's air traffic control, isn't there? So it takes teamwork to make the dream work. And your big goal, whether it be to increase your income, to get a promotion, to launch your own business, you can't do it yourself. Have you realized that? You can't do it yourself. You need help. You need support. So it takes teamwork to make the dream work. And what this means for you is for you to become successful, you have to become a leader. You have to build a winning team to support you. So today, let's form a team. As a community of the 100x DNA community here, let's form a team. A team of people who are ready to face challenges. A team who's willing to celebrate the victories together. Are you ready to do that? If you're in for that, type I'm in. Go to the chat box and say I'm in. And as you're doing that, let me share with you one of my favorite videos.
I don't know what to say, really. 3 minutes to the biggest battle of our professional lives. All comes down to today. Either we heal as a team, or we're going to crumble. Inch by inch, play by play, till we're finished. We're in hell right now, gentlemen. Believe me. And we can stay here, get the shit kicked out of us, or we can fight our way back into the light. We can climb out of hell. 1 inch at a time. Now, I can't do it for you. I'm too old. I look around, I see these young faces, and I think, I mean, I made every wrong choice a middle-aged man can make. I pissed away all my money, believe it or not. I chased off anyone who's ever loved me. And lately, I can't even stand the face I see in the mirror. You know, when you get old in life, things get taken from you. I mean, that's part of life. But you only learn that when you start losing stuff. You find out life's this game of inches. So is football. Because in either game, life or football, the margin for error is so small. I mean, 1/2 a step too late or too early, and you don't quite make it. 1/2 second too slow, too fast, you don't quite catch it. The inches we need are everywhere around us. Hell yeah. They're in every break of the game, every minute, every second. On this team, we fight for that inch. On this team, we tear ourselves and everyone else around us to pieces for that inch. We claw with our fingernails for that inch. Because we know when we add up all those inches, that's gonna make the fucking difference between winning and losing. Between living and dying. I'll tell you this, in any fight, it's the guy who's willing to die who's gonna win that inch. And I know if I'm gonna have any life anymore, it's because I'm still willing to fight and die for that inch. Because that's what living is. The 6 inches in front of your face. Now I can't make you do it. You gotta look at the guy next to you. Look into his eyes. Now I think you're gonna see a guy who will go that inch with you. You're gonna see a guy who will sacrifice himself for this team because he knows when it comes down to it, you're gonna do the same for him. That's a team, gentlemen. And either we heal now as a team, or we will die as individuals. That's football, guys. That's all it is. Now, what are you gonna do?
Are you ready to fight for those inches? Are you ready? If you are, type I'm in and let me know, are you ready to fight for those inches? Well, Elon Musk once said, you have to be able to tell which genes are turned on or off. So who here has ever set a goal and achieved it? Have you ever set a goal and achieved it? If you did, then your DNA was activated. Who here's ever set a goal but you gave up too soon, you quit, or you didn't achieve the goal? Well, if that happened to you, that means your DNA was turned off. Now, once we activate all of your success DNA, setting and achieving goals becomes predictable. So DNA is the fundamental quality of success. It's what you're made of. It determines how you think, feel, and act. Your DNA is your internal operating system. It is your mindset. And your DNA determines your emotional stability and your financial security. And without the right DNA, failure is certain. And the truth is, what got you here, your DNA, won't get you there. So we have to update the old DNA. We have to flush out the stuff that's not working, and we have to bring in the new DNA so you can set and achieve your goals. And so it becomes predictable for you. So who's heard of NLP? Who's heard of NLP? Has anybody heard of NLP? Well, we have a secret weapon in business, and when it's used correctly, you can start to succeed faster. The tool is called neuro-linguistic programming, and there's 14 powerful beliefs that we adopt when we use NLP. So I want you to remember this. The person with the most flexibility will control the situation. This is one of our beliefs in NLP. The person with the most flexibility will control the situation. And what that means is, by being flexible, having a willingness to try new approaches will lead to success faster. And so we have to learn to become more flexible. Say the word flexible. We have to become more flexible. Now, this is a beautiful quote, and I want you to remember this. Flexibility is the key to stability. Flexibility is the key to stability. And what this means is we have to try new things. We have to get out of our comfort zones. And there's an old saying that says, to have something you've never had before, you have to become somebody that you've never been before. So let's explore flexibility and let's start to increase and activate this DNA. So if you would like to open up to your 100x DNA training system, your 100x DNA training system looks like this. We've sent it out to you multiple times via email, and hopefully you've got yours printed out. If you don't have it printed out, you can simply click on the link and you can observe it on your digital device. Now, when you open up, I want you to go to page number 6. And on page 6, it'll say flexibility. And flexibility is an achieving skill. It is an achieving skill. And it's adapting, adjusting, and responding to change with minimal resistance. So, who here has ever procrastinated before? You would have never have done that, would have you? You would have never have procrastinated. Have you ever failed to take action? Have you got stuck in a comfort zone? Well, then you would have been limited by flexibility. And if you want to be motivated 99% of the time, then you've got to start to activate this DNA. So once again, the definition of flexibility is this: adapting, adjusting, and responding to change with minimal resistance. So what you'll see here on the page that says flexibility, you're going to see a sliding scale. And I want you to go through here and I want you to determine what your grade is. So it says here, description: adapting, adjusting, and responding to change with minimal resistance. Now, on a scale, got to listen to this one clearly, on a scale of 1 through to 10, 10 being the best and 1 being the worst, how would your leaders rank your flexibility skill? Not how you would rank it, how would your leader rank your flexibility skill? So there's 10 key areas here, and let's go through together and give ourselves a grade of 1 through to 10. And when you answer the question, I want you to imagine that your leader, your boss, or your customer is answering this. Number 1, easily adapting to sudden shifts in company and market directions. Give yourself a grade of 1 through to 10. 2, shows skill in taking new ideas and applying them immediately. Give yourself a grade of 1 through to 10. Effortlessly changing directions and assignments. Give yourself a grade of 1 through to 10. 4, alters techniques or methods to suit varying circumstances. Give yourself a grade of 1 through to 10. 5, adjusts individual manner to operate with diverse conditions. Give yourself a grade of 1 through to 10. 6, upholds productivity, performance, and output during a crisis. Give yourself a grade of 1 through to 10. 7, champions and endorses a change in action. Give yourself a grade of 1 through to 10. 8, seeks to adjust to ad hoc or in-demand moments. Give yourself a grade of 1 through to 10. 9, competent in altering or modifying behaviour to meet distinct or assorted needs. Give yourself a grade of 1 through to 10. Number 10, capable of leaving their comfort zone with a willingness to try something new. Give yourself a grade of 1 through to 10. Excellent. Okay. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to go through and now I want you to add up your scores. When you add up these scores, there's a total of 100, and I want you to see what your score is. So when I did my score last night, my score was 75 out of 100. Even though I'm the trainer, even though I'm the coach, I still have so many areas of improvement, and there's nothing to be ashamed about that. So I want you to go through and I want you to add up your score. Give yourself a score out of 100. And once you've got your score, go to the chat box and tell me what it is. Mine's 75 out of 100. Okay, Annie, 77. Trevor, 79. Karen, 71. Riz, 75. Lim, 35. Excellent. Wonderful. Now, there's 3 questions down the bottom here, and I want you to do a little bit of self-reflection. So I want you to, first of all, to think about what is your goal? What is that one goal that you're aiming for over the next 12 months? Now, for most people here today, it'll probably be either an income goal, a career or business goal, or a health goal. So what is that number one goal that you're aiming for over the next 12 months? And I want you to think about that. The first question is there a large discrepancy in your score and what your goal requires? So for example, my score was 75 out of 100, and I have to be able to increase this number to be able to achieve my goal. So I said, yes, there is a large discrepancy because I need to be able to constantly improve and change my delivery style. So what's the answer for you? Question 2, how could this stop you from achieving your goals? Well, if my score is 75 out of 100, it may limit the growth of my business. Maybe I become too serious. Maybe I come too direct with people, and that'll prevent me from achieving my goals. Third question, how could this hinder your team's overall performance? Well, if I'm only an above average leader and my team need an impactful leader, then it could be slow business growth, which would be slow promotions and low income for my team. So this is a self-reflection exercise. You've got your scores, and now I want to give you a couple of minutes to do some self-reflection. Once you've done some self-reflection, then we're going to do some coaching. How does that sound? Okay, so if you answer the questions on the bottom of page 6, then we're going to go ahead and do some coaching. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to do some self-reflection.
Far in the distance, there's a promise. It seems far in the distance. I put it on the altar, though it was mine. I put it on the altar.
Okay, welcome back. Okay, Nassim, good morning. Hey, good morning. How you doing? Okay, World Masterclass team. If we can get my friend Nassim in the hot seat. Nassim, good morning. Welcome to 100x DNA Masterclass. Welcome. How you doing there? Just hit your mute button when you're ready.
Yes, hold on. Yes, it's unmute now.
There we go. Hey, good morning. Welcome to 100x DNA Masterclass. How
Yes,
are
good
you
morning.
enjoying yourself so far?
Yes, getting excited.
Excellent. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I could see you smiling away there. And I wanted to give you the very first coaching opportunity today. So thank you for being here. So have you ever had a coach before?
No, not really.
No. Okay. Did you
No.
know that all world champions have a coach? Did you know that?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Yeah, all world champions. So what that means is, because you're in the hot seat now, you've got a coach, which tells me that you're going to be the world's best at what you do in the weeks and months ahead. Is that a good idea?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Excellent. Wonderful. Okay. Now, what's important to know is that when we're coaching, there's actually a scientific formula to follow. So I'm going to step you through what's called a navigational coaching model. And there's 5 things that all leaders must do when they're coaching. First of all, the first step is getting clarity on where we want to go. Secondly, we want to start to brainstorm some ideas. Thirdly, we want to start to put a plan in place. Fourthly, we want to start to anticipate any obstacles, and then we want to confirm our plan. And if we do that, and if we follow those 5 scientific steps, then we can walk into any room, lead any team, and coach anybody. So let's get you closer to clarity today and another step closer towards your dreams. Does that sound like a good idea?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Excellent. Okay. So let me ask you, where do you want to be 12 months from today? What is the most important goal that you want to achieve over the next 12 months?
I actually did some business before, but I was successful in the beginning. After 2 to 3 years, then I start to go down. I start to, not getting sales. And for my projection for the 1 year, right? You mentioned.
Yes, please.
I would like to start it again.
Okay. So in terms of 12 months from today, is there an income goal, a sales goal, a career goal? What do you want to achieve over the next 12 months?
Actually, I'm still thinking about it. I'm still considering what to do.
Okay. If I had a magic wand and I could wave that magic wand and you could achieve any one goal, what goal would you achieve? Is it an income goal? Is it a sales goal? Because in success, we say you can't hit a target that you can't see. So how much do you want to be earning, or how many sales do you want to make?
I think it's more of a sales goal.
Okay. How many sales, or what's your sales volume?
I can't say because I haven't think of what to do yet.
Okay. Well, this is the perfect time. So do you want to make 10 sales, 100 sales? How many sales do you want to make?
Maybe around 50, 50K.
Okay. Beautiful. 50,000. Okay. 50,000 Sing dollars?
Yeah.
Okay.
$3.
Singapore, 50,000. Beautiful. Always important that we start with the end in mind. And this is what all successful people do. They get clarity on that goal. Okay. Now tell me, what are 3 things that excite you about making $50,000 in sales? What are the 3 things that excite you about that?
I don't understand now. What were the 3 things?
So you
mean
said
in
that your
my-
goal was to earn $50,000. Is
Yes,
that
that's
correct?
right. Yes,
What
correct.
excites you about that? What gets you excited about earning $50,000?
I think it's rewarding,
Mm-hmm.
and it will boost my confidence, so I will get back in track. I did achieve more than that previously, so I just want to get back in track.
Okay.
Yeah, because once my sales drop, I becomes I lost confidence.
Okay. Fair
Yeah,
enough. I get it. So on this last exercise, what was your score?
66.
66. Okay. So
Yeah.
66 says good leader. So where does that score need to be for you to achieve this goal of 50,000? So if your
I
current
think
score is
same as
66,
you, 75.
same as mine, 75. Okay.
75. Yeah.
So you're an above average leader. Where do you need to get that score to over the next 12 months so you can achieve your goal of 50,000 Sing dollars? Do you need to get that score to
Um,
80 or
I
85? What do you need?
I think a lot of hard work,
Mm-hmm.
self-confidence.
Mm-hmm.
I must have the confidence and bravery to do things.
Confidence,
Yes,
bravery, excellent.
yes.
Anything else?
And also looking for partners to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, I think that's important.
Excellent.
Yeah,
And
investor
what are
and
those
partners.
inner obstacles that you've got to overcome? What are some of those fears, those doubts, those limiting beliefs you have about achieving this goal?
You know, I mean, right now the market situation is not too good.
Mm-hmm. So you're
So
concerned about the
that is a
marketplace?
doubt. Yes, there's a doubt.
Okay, so
I think
concerns and
it's in
doubt about the
everyone's
market.
mind. Yes, in everyone's mind, inflation, all these things.
Mm. And
Yeah.
how would you describe that doubt? What is it that you say to yourself? Do you say people aren't buying? This is not the right time? What do you say to yourself?
I Actually there's always a demand. There's always a demand. It's just that we need to think of something exciting. That
So let's
can
go back a little
attract
bit.
people.
You said there
Yeah.
was always concerns about the market. So how do you describe that to yourself? What do you say to yourself? Do you say people aren't buying right now? There's not enough people. There's too much competition. What are those doubts? What do you say to yourself?
Um, Maybe I might. I need to design and look at something different,
Mm-hmm.
at a prospect.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have to be different than others,
Mm-hmm.
my competitors,
Mm-hmm.
in
Mm-hmm.
that
Mm-hmm.
sense. Yeah.
Excellent. So the goal is 50,000 Sing dollars. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And for you, what excites you about that is it's rewarding. You want to boost your confidence. It's going to help you get back on track. That's what excites you about it. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, correct.
And in the past, you were successful. Your
Mm.
sales were going good. And now
Yes,
for you
that's
to
right.
get back to that new level, you've got to have
Mhm.
more confidence, more bravery. You've got to develop more partners. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then there's also some of those fears and concerns about the marketplace, which you've got to be overcome to achieve your goal. Is that correct?
That's right.
Excellent. Well done. Well done. Excellent. So a little bit of clarity. We've got to know where we're going and we've got to have a plan to get there. So let me ask you, ladies and gentlemen, who here has heard of hypnosis? Who's heard of hypnosis before? Did you know that hypnosis is the fastest way to change your mindset? So I want you to be able to imagine this. I want you to be able to imagine that you can reprogram your mind for success. And that's exactly what NLP can do for you. See, NLP and hypnosis taps into your subconscious mind. And your subconscious mind is 30,000 times more powerful than your conscious mind. Now, using NLP and hypnosis, you can instantly transform the way you think, the way you feel, and the way you act. And it allows you to achieve your goals 100 times faster. So, who here would like to achieve their goals 100 times faster? Is that you? Excellent. Well, having this conversation with Nassim, it reminds me that 85% of our motivation comes from the future. And only 15% of your motivation comes from the past. And when you don't have clarity on your aims, your goals, and your directions in life, you lose your confidence. So we have to be very clear about where we're going. And if you start to think about it, where do you want to be a year from now? And what gets you excited and motivated to take action? Where do you want to be? See, when you're looking out into the future and you can see exactly where you want to go, it becomes very easy for you to visualize your goals. And when you visualize and you emotionalize your goals, it's like stepping on the accelerator pedal in life. And all of a sudden, everything happens really fast. So let's do some visualization. And this visualization technique helps you get motivated towards your goals. So you ready for that? We call this the fork in the road. And what I want you to do is I want you to put on your headset, or I want you to turn up your volume, and I want you to remove all distractions. Take your pens, your devices out of your hand and sit back and relax, and let's do some visualizations. Are you ready to go? Let's do it. So I want you to go ahead, sit back, relax, and close your eyes. And take a big deep breath in through the nose. And let it out through your mouth. Relax. 2. Take a big deep breath in through the nose. And let it out through your mouth. Relax. 3. Take a big deep breath in through the nose. And let it out through your mouth. Relax. And now I want you to think about standing in front of a pathway. The left side leading in one direction. The way that you are currently traveling with all of your fears, your doubts, your insecurities. And the right path leads to the perfect future. As you partner with Daniel and go from good to great fast. The right side leads to the perfect future where you overcome your fears. You stop making mistakes and you become an impactful leader. And the right path shows you how your life will change now as you unleash new income levels. So let's examine your life without fears. Your life without making mistakes. Examine your life as a leader. And now float out into your future. Take the right path, meaning to have the 100x DNA mindset. Take the right action and start leading by example. And begin to notice how your future will be 1 month from now. And notice how confident you feel. Continue. Continue a year out into your future, becoming a leader, learning the superpower to walk into any room, lead any team, and coach anyone. And just begin to notice how your future will be 1 year from now. And notice how confident you feel. Continue. Continue 10 years out into your future, taking the right path, projecting confidence, remaining flexible, and see yourself partnering with Daniel, creating financial stability for you and for your loved ones. And how will your future be 10 years from now? Notice how confident you feel. Continue all the way out into your future. Every day applying the 100x DNA mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. No excuses. Leaving a legacy for generations to come. And I want you to continue all the way out into your future, to the very end of your life, to the very last memory of this lifetime. And notice how working with Daniel has changed your life. And notice how it feels. Is that the life you've been looking for? Excellent. And you're ready. And I want you to come back to now. I want you to come back to now. I want you to come back to the fork in the road. And holding on to all of that confidence. Holding on to all of that courage. Seeing all of your dreams, hopes, wishes, desires coming true because you partnered with Daniel. And today you're impacting lives together, all the way back to now. And are you ready? 100x DNA, are you ready to live your best life? Are you ready to become a leader? Are you ready to leave your legacy? Excellent. And as I count to 3, you'll open your eyes. 1, 2, and 3. Welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. How do you feel? Have you seen what is possible? Rinzan, can you see it? Excellent. Go to the chat box. How do you feel? Let me know how you feel. Excellent. Milan, happy. Joseph, awesome. Rinzin, energetic. Wong, I feel great. Nassim, recharged. Rizal, awesome. Tracy, feeling great. Excellent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to rest and recharge, and we're going to take a short break. And we're going to have a break from now until 10:15. So it's 10:08 my local time, which gives us about a 8-minute break. So I want you to be back here in about 8 minutes to start session number 3. Thanks for being here with me in session number 1. Enjoy your rest. I'll see you back here in about 8 minutes. Enjoy your break.
I am Ching Meng Chua, and I'm a trainer and a training manager. So at the moment, I am doing some research, and also I've learned some skill in timeline therapy, which I'm applying now for helping some colleagues, some friends, and so on, to help them overcome their anger and their fear and so on as well. So for the moment, my challenges is about getting more clients, help them in the sense that in their blockages, their challenges. So that's the benefit I have got from this class is actually understand myself better, and also removing some of my blockages personally. So that's where I'm starting to move forward in my life.
Hi, I'm Gerard, and I help people to grow their money. Now, I just gone through a very excellent exercise with Daniel and Nini, where I get to see the wheel of life, my wheel of life. And so such a surprising to know and understand the shape came out like an elephant, but it helps me to identify where is my lowest gap and my strongest gap. And by identifying this, it allows me to work on the weakest area of my life and turn it into such a great area by applying all the positive learnings that I have in my strongest area to create the life that I can live life on my terms.
Hi, my name is Teresa Wong. I'm a profession as a life planner. I did a navigational coaching together with Nini. At first, a bit nervous because facing about 80 students or classmates at the same time for the first time. However, through the navigational coaching and through the questions that being asked by Nini, I'm able to focus more and know what is the next step I need to take, especially for the next coming 24 hours. And I'm looking forward to increase another 130% of my sales in 3 to 6 months' time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm George Kong. My current work is business transformation. I work with a number of clients across ASEAN. Prior to attending this, this course with Daniel, I want to transition into a coach and mentor full-time. So moving from consulting to coach and mentoring. So that's my goal, attending 100x DNA with Daniel. So during this time frame with Daniel, I've learned a lot of tools, a lot of techniques. I learned a lot about myself, on how to improve myself and also become a good coach and mentor. Tools and knowledge I've gained really helped me with engaging with my clients on a day-to-day basis and also support them to improve and be successful. So it's been great experience with Daniel and I would recommend it to anyone. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Ramesh Zaidi. I'm from Johor Bahru, the southern state in Malaysia. My professional job is I'm an associate professor in a university in the southern of Johor. And just now I had the opportunity to be on the hot seat for timeline therapy. And the best thing that I experienced was going through the learning process, which I extracted from what I've learned. And I feel that this timeline therapy has given me the better way of looking at issues and problems, which it guides me to look back on how I can learn from certain problems or issues. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Peter Wies. I'm since 20 years in Malaysia, originally from Switzerland. I'm doing mega projects here in Malaysia, Southeast Asia actually. So the reason I'm here is when I met Daniel, I felt very comfortable. And my goal is to expand my business from being in projects into project mentoring on a global scale. So that obviously is quite a challenge for me, or it was. When I met Daniel and 100x DNA, I learned a lot about myself, how to overcome my challenges and improve my attitude to this whole business. And I learned a lot during the sessions, but as well the group, the supporting team is fantastic. So basically the get together and the learning from each other and the way Daniel is conveying the messages is down to earth, very practical, useful, and that gives me the leverage to achieve my goal, what I want to do for this year particularly, and of course in the nearest future.
My main purpose of joining 100x DNA, definitely to invest in myself. Previously, before joining 100x, I feel nervous, full of anxiety in all events. It has transformed me from a shy to what I want to know more about myself. And Daniel's unwavering effort, he always goes above and beyond for his students. And I'm very proud to be one of his students. I may not be his best student, which I try to be, and I hope to be, and continuing to be his student is actually an honor for me. There's so much more than just attending a course. Because for me, over the years of working, I've attended many courses, but not in this manner. There's that human touch that makes the difference, that makes me put in that effort to improve myself more than I know I can be, and also to unleash the potential that I feel I have inside. But
everybody wants to perform at their best. Everybody wants to have more time off, and everybody wants to make a lot more money, including you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to session number 2. How do you feel? How do you feel after you went out there on your future timeline and you started to see all those wonderful things that'd be happening a year, 10 years, all the way out to the end of your life? How did you feel? See, whatever you see in your future is going to come true for you. So welcome, session number 2. Session number 2 is going to go from 10:15 through till 11:15 this morning. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce our guest speaker today. They have been a part of my 100x DNA accelerator for the past 3 months, and I've had the privilege of witnessing their transformation firsthand. Today, they'll be sharing with you their journey towards overcoming challenges and achieving success. Through their experience, you will learn about the power of being in a mastermind and how it can lead to a better life fast. Get ready to be inspired as we hear about their journey and the lessons they have learned along the way. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please put your hands together and welcome my good friend, George Kong. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear
George,
me?
good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. I've got you there. Where are you in the world today?
In Singapore, but going to Taiwan on Monday.
And you're having lunch with me what day? Tuesday?
Tuesday, yes.
Tuesday, and I was just talking to my wife, Nini, and we're confirmed 11 a.m. on Tuesday. So we look forward to having you here in Taiwan. Now, you've been a busy man. We've seen you in Malaysia a couple of weeks ago. I was with you in Thailand.
Yes.
And now you're in Singapore. Then you're coming to Taiwan. So you're a very busy guy.
Yeah, and in between I was in China as well.
My gosh, success.
Yes.
That's what happens when you get success. Well, my friend, I want to learn a couple of things about your journey so far. Before you joined my 100x DNA Accelerator Mastermind, can you tell us about the goals that you had before joining the Mastermind?
Well, actually, I come across your name and attended a couple of your classes earlier than that. And it took me about 6 months before I decided to sign up. And one of the goals I had was to transition from being a consultant, doing projects, to be a coach and a mentor. That's one of my goals I had for this year in 2023. And one of the challenges then is how do I transition to be a coach and make a living out of that versus consulting on projects. So that's really one of my main personal goals.
Wow. And so you started with that journey, and as you were moving towards those goals, what were some of those challenges that you had before joining the Mastermind?
Oh, I think the biggest challenge I have, and still to some extent you're helping me go through that, is the fear of the unknown. I was very comfortable in the area I'm doing, but I know that I need to make a change for myself and my career. So biggest challenge was fear of the unknown, fear of failure. I was scared to actually go and do a full-time coaching business. And that's scary.
A lot of us have those same fears, and we spoke about that this morning. You know, these fears, the unknown, the fear of the future. What if I try? What if I fail? And for all of us, we've got to be able to break through those fears to achieve the goal. So you've now been working on that. And since you've been working on overcoming those fears and those doubts, what have been some of those improvements that you've experienced just in the first 3 months of this mastermind?
I think the biggest one that you helped me in is really to transition my mindset, remove some of the fears, and actually go and do it. Right? Take action, as you always tell me. Right? Take action, George. Move forward. Take action. Doesn't matter. It's not 100%, but take action. So the biggest challenge I had during that period was to say no, learn to say no to some of the projects, but really focusing on my mindset and actually start the business. So that was really the biggest hurdle that I had overcome. So really it's about taking action. Before the fear of failure and the fear of starting was really holding me back in my journey towards being a full-time coach. So I would say, Daniel, you really helped me to transition that. And this year I'm seeing some successes in this area.
Beautiful, beautiful. For all of us, we've got to be able to face these fears one by one. And as we say, awareness doesn't solve the fear. You can become aware of the fear, but you've still got to put yourself in a position to overcome it. Just like if you've fallen over and you've broken your arm, you get an x-ray from the doctor and it diagnoses the broken arm, but the x-ray doesn't fix the broken arm. We've still got to learn with our mindset. We've got to learn to overcome those fears. So for you, as you've overcome these fears, as you're taking more action, and I think a lot of people here, they're trying to get everything perfect before they begin. And what do we say in the mastermind? 80% perfect, which is, for a perfectionist, that's a totally different way of thinking. And when you realize that things can be 80% perfect and you can still win, then you can move forward. So what are a couple of those other wins that you've personally had, George? Are you winning more clients? Are you getting more opportunities? What's happening for you?
Well, I think the overcoming fear requires you to get confidence. And the confidence I received and acquired was really about acquiring the tools and knowledge. Tools in NLP, the communications, processes that you teach us, the techniques. Right. That actually give me the confidence to overcome a fear and take action. So because of that, the past 3 months or so, I was executing this. And I tried it. It works and give you more confidence. So the wins I have, I mean, this year, I got 18 signups for personal coaching, which is totally different from a consulting business. 18 signups this year. And I actually start charging over $200 an hour now, right? And that's US dollars, by the way, right? So I start charging that now, $200 US an hour, versus before I was doing this for free. I didn't know how to ask. So the improvements were not only about my mindset, tools, and knowledge, but also your business in a box was fantastic. You know, you gave me the templates, the tools to actually go and execute a business without even having to plan it, you know. So those are really the great wins. You know, not only increasing my charges, but I actually start charging people rather than giving it away free. Right. So that's the biggest win for me. 18 signups in the past month, Daniel.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. 18 signups, going from free coaching to charging $200 per hour. George, that's just phenomenal. Phenomenal. Absolutely amazing. Amazing. You know, some people get excited with a pay rise going from $25 to $30 an hour, but going from free to $200 US per hour and 18 signups, my friend, that's just amazing. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. And another one was because of this past 3 months promoting, doing social media promotions, posting that you teach me to do, which was very, very difficult for me because I'm not really a social media person as such. And I got contacted by Boston Consulting Group, BCG in Singapore, and they just signed me up for 3 months to doing coaching for their customers.
Massive.
Yeah.
So another consultancy's reaching out to you. They're going to sign you up to coach their clients.
Yes, correct. Yeah, Boston Consulting Group.
Oh my gosh. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. See what happens. When you get clarity, when you get coaching, you start to go in the right direction. George, that's absolutely incredible. I just want to say congratulations, and I wish I'd had 18 clients in my first couple of months of coaching. That's awesome. Now, today I'm going to be talking about my accelerator program. I'm going to be talking about my mastermind, my 1-year program, which you're already in. For those people who might consider joining the mastermind, what would you say to them, George? Somebody thinking about joining it?
Well, first of all, you don't need to aspire to be a coach. That's not the prerequisite. The skills and knowledge you learn here is great for anybody that wants to do personal development and accelerate your goals and your dreams. The skills you learn, the communication skills, the mindset transformation you go through, Daniel will take you through that. Whether you want to be a coach or not, you will. I can't even express it into words. I get so excited talking about it. You go through this total transformation where you are so confident that you take action, that automatically people will gravitate to you, whether you want to aspire to get a better job, increase your salary, or you want to start a business. Right? The skills and knowledge you attain here is really, really a great foundation for your future. That's number one. If you want to aspire to be a coach, all the tools that Daniel has given me, and also ability to set up a company in the coaching mentoring, right? It's a no-brainer for me. Right? And I wish Daniel, I wish I signed up with you earlier last year rather than later last year. So guys, look, I just can't explain. The confidence you get after this and the ability to execute is really phenomenal.
George, congratulations. They're phenomenal results, my friend. That's so awesome. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule. I know you're traveling all around the world. You're going to be in Taiwan on Tuesday. And
Yes.
Nini and I are looking forward to taking you out for lunch and celebrating your success. Well done, my friend.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Daniel.
My pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, please go to the chat box and type in George. Well done.
Thank you.
See what happens. All world champions have a coach. Has gone from doing free coaching to getting 18 clients signing up to his program and charging $200 per hour. Would that solve your money problems, earning $200 per hour? Absolutely. And also Boston Consulting Group reaching out to George, and he's going to do consulting for their clients. Absolutely phenomenal. So George, congratulations. Well done. So ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you, what was the most stressful situation that you were in? I want you to think about a time in the past when you were in a stressful situation. Go to the chat box and let me know. What has been the most stressful situation that you've been in? John, divorce. Yes. And, Joseph, no money. Excellent. What else? What's been the most challenging situation that you've been in? Ken, when I didn't have enough money. Money's a big one, isn't it? Now, have you ever been in a situation where you lost your mind? You lost control of your mindset. Have you ever been in a situation where you lost control of your mindset? And what did you learn from it? What did you learn from that situation? Lim, lack of money, living paycheck to paycheck. Rinzen, recently not having enough money to pay the bills. Karen, financial. Helen, depression. Tracy, domestic violence and having to leave with nothing and nowhere to go. Wong, to deliver a speech in front of 700 people. Cam, confidence dropped. Milan, the mindset. Lost the mindset and couldn't take action. Feeling overwhelmed. Excellent. Now, here's a question, and I want you to consider this. What are the benefits of being able to manage your emotions? What are the benefits of being able to manage your emotions? Remember, George, just a few moments ago, had the perfect example. He saw the opportunity to join my mastermind 6 months ago, but he had fears of the future. He had fears of the unknown. So not being able to manage his emotions prevented him from doing something that he wanted to do. He also said he wished he'd joined earlier because just this month, learning how to manage his emotions, he was able to gain 18 new clients and start to earn $200 per hour. And what did he say? He wished he'd done it earlier. So what are the benefits of being able to manage your emotions? John, control. Tracy, to be in control and not overwhelmed. Wong, increase confidence and positive energy. Excellent. Well, after completing this session, you'll be able to master the art of emotional intelligence. You'll learn to harness emotions with NLP tactics and cultivate self-awareness with 6 essential skills. Now, this is Charlie. Charlie had spent her entire life working for someone else. And what she really wanted, she wanted to start her own business. But she was afraid of leaving the stability of her full-time job. Now, Charlie also joined my mastermind, and she learned how to become a leader. Now, through the program, we discovered that Charlie had experienced some fear that was affecting her ability to move forward with starting her own business. Now, after applying the strategies from the mastermind, Charlie started her own real estate agency and is now earning $2.5 million per year. Imagine that, going from employed to starting your own business and earning $2.5 million per year. Who else would love to be earning $2.5 million per year? Would you love to be doing that? Give me a wave. Is that you? Excellent. Well, we're going to show you how to do that. Let me introduce to you the emotional equation. So, who here has ever experienced stress? Have you experienced stress? Did that stress help you? Or did that stress hurt you? Did it help or did it hurt? Now, what are some of the risks of stress? I want you to think about this. What are some of the risks of stress on your performance? Go to the chat box, let me know. What are some of the risks of stress on your performance? Wong, it both hurt and helped. Marissa, sleepless nights. Pamela, burnout. Wow. John, panic. Lim, feeling burned out, feeling tired. Karen, not being able to function properly. Cam, I became helpless. Rachel, anxiety. Nassim, headache and migraine. Joy, low productivity. Joseph, sleepless nights, stress, cannot think straight. Victor, procrastination. So we know that stress can impact the way that you think, feel, and act. So let's take a deep dive into the emotional equation. When you're ready, please open up your 100x DNA Masterclass training system and go over to page number 8. And on page number 8, we're going to learn about the emotional equation. Now, what we know is that emotions have a crucial role in our performance. Now, emotions are a very complex biological process that involves both electrical and chemical reactions in your brain and in your body. Now, the impact of emotions on our performance have shown that negative emotions such as anger, sadness, fear, hurt, or guilt can significantly and negatively impact our productivity. Here's an example. Research has discovered that experiencing one negative emotion, remember what George said before? The fear of the future, the fear of the unknown. Experiencing one negative emotion, it can actually disrupt our performance for up to 4 hours. Imagine that. One fear will impact your performance for up to 4 hours. And this is due to some serious physiological changes that occur in response to the negative emotions. It increases your stress hormone levels, and it also increases your brain activity. So does it make sense to you that when you're under stress, it's hard to sleep because the brain becomes overactive? And this can happen for up to 4 hours. So for some of you who go to bed at 11 o'clock at night, you're stressed and you're still awake till 4 o'clock in the morning, it's because of the hormones, the increased hormone levels in your body and the increased brain activity. Now, when we experience negative emotions like anger and sadness and fear and hurt, our focus and our attention can become distracted towards dealing with the stressor. So instead of moving towards our goal, Nassim, what was it? 50,000 per year. Is that correct, Nassim? Instead of moving towards that goal of 50,000 per year, then what happens is your focus goes on what's been causing you stress. Isn't that true, Nassim? And instead of going towards the goal and making action every day towards that goal, we end up focusing on the wrong things. And what happens here is it reduces our ability to perform other tasks. Isn't that interesting? Now, on the other hand, and this is really, really interesting, you need to have positive emotions to cancel out the negative emotions. And the leading research from around the world right now shows that it takes 5, please write this down, it takes 5 positive emotions to cancel out or counteract the impact of just one negative emotion. Wow. So you can have one negative emotion, it impacts your performance for 4 hours, and then you need to have 5 positive emotions just to cancel out that one negative emotion. That's a lot of hard work, isn't it? That's a lot of hard work. So the research also shows that negative events act as a multiplier. So what happens is the more negative emotions we experience, the greater the intensity and the longer the duration. So imagine if you feel angry because you've lost a deal at work. Then you come home and you have an argument with your partner. And then your children aren't following your instructions. And now you've got to sit down and pay bills and you don't have enough money to survive. That could be 4 negative emotions. You're going to need 20 positive emotions just to cancel that out. That's a lot of hard work, isn't it? And this is why we say the negative emotions aren't safe for the body. So let's explore this. And I want to give you a real world example. Now, we're going to do an exercise on page number 8. And I want to give you a real world example of how negative emotions can impact our performance. Are you ready for it? One of my clients, he said, Daniel, I stayed up late and I was drinking whiskey all night. I drank whiskey from 8 to 9 to 10 to 11 p.m. And then I had so much whiskey in my system that I couldn't actually sleep. He said, when I finally fell to sleep at around about 3 o'clock in the morning, I forgot to set my alarm. I was supposed to wake up at 8 a.m. in the morning, but I forgot to set up my alarm. Instead of waking up at 8 a.m., I woke up at 9 a.m. And then as soon as I woke up, I realized I was late for work. And I started to have this fear that I was going to miss my sales meeting. So what he did, he jumped straight out of bed, no time to wash his hair, no time to brush his teeth, no time to put on deodorant or cologne. He just put his suit on and he ran straight out to the car. He hopped into the car. He drove to work as fast as he could. Now, because he wasn't paying attention, he went straight through a speed camera. He went straight through the speed camera and got a fine. Shortly after that, he drove through a red light and got another fine. And now he's getting angrier and angrier. He then finally arrived to work and he was 30 minutes late. And what made it even worse? His boss locked the door. He locked him out of the sales meeting, which meant he would receive no company leads for an entire week. And he told me, Daniel, I felt so guilty about my behavior. Staying up late and drinking, I felt guilty. Going through the red light, going through the speed camera, I feel so guilty now. And so because he felt guilty, he decided, well, what should I do? I can't go into the meeting. I'm going to go for breakfast. So he went down to the cafe. He had breakfast and he was just so consumed in eating breakfast that he forgot about his 10 a.m. appointment. Because he lost and forgot about his 10 a.m. appointment, he lost a $10,000 deal. He didn't show up to the appointment. He lost a $10,000 deal, and now he's furious. Then the boss called him at 11 a.m. and gave him an official warning. He was late. He got locked out of the sales meeting. He lost a $10,000 deal, and at 11 a.m., he got an official warning from the company. Now he fears losing his job. He's feeling sad. He's disappointed. He's hungover. He's lost a whole day of income. He has no leads for an entire week. and he's now got thousands of dollars in speeding and red light fines to pay. And what happened? He produced no results that day. Are you with me so far? So what about you? Has something like this happened to you before? Has that happened to you before? Marissa, yes, the domino effect. So please go to page number 8. And we want to start to map this out. So down the bottom, it says, what is a real world example of this happening in your personal life? And I want you to quickly write down an example in your personal life where you've had that domino effect, where one bad thing's led to another bad thing, it's led to another bad thing, simply because you couldn't control yourself. And then secondly, what is a real world example of this in your professional life? So I'm going to give you about 4 or 5 minutes to have some self-reflection on a real world example in your personal life and then a real world example in your professional life. So go ahead now, 4 or 5 minutes, enjoy the exercise, and we'll be right back.
Far in the distance, there's a promise. It seems far in the distance. I put it on the altar, though it was mine. I put it on the altar. There's a greater city we have not seen. We're all waiting in the in-between. We're all seeking our homeland. 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 I've been a traveler, my destination is unknown. I've been a traveler. I've been a foreigner with no place to call my own. I've been a foreigner. There's a greater city we have not seen. We're all waiting in the in-between. We're all seeking our homeland. 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 You say you're still upon us, your spirit lives inside us as a guarantee. Your presence is the promise until we meet the fullness of eternity. We're all seeking our homeland, 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 homeland,
Okay, did you have an example? Did you have an example in your personal life where you lost control of your emotions? Maybe you've even had one in business. And what we know is that one negative emotion can impact your performance for up to 4 hours. And then these events act as multipliers, and the intensity and the duration becomes longer. So with emotional intelligence, we've got to learn to get control of these emotions. So who here has heard of emotional intelligence? Who here today has heard of emotional intelligence? And if you've heard of emotional intelligence, what do you know about it? Go to the chat box and let me know. What do you know about emotional intelligence? I'd love to hear what you already know about emotional intelligence. John, bugger all. Thank you for the honesty. I like that. What do you know about emotional intelligence? Lim, learning to control your emotions, even if the conditions are not favorable for you. I like that. Beautiful. Lynn, how we deal with others and ourselves, interpersonal and intrapersonal relationships. Spot on. Noreen, probably the most important precursor for success. Excellent. Pamela, to manage your emotions so that it will not affect your state of mind. Cam, mostly about being in harmony with others. Marissa, the ability to read the situation and adapt accordingly. Yes. Rinzen, to cope in a hard situation. Excellent insights to emotional intelligence. Now, let me share this article with you. This article comes from Harvard, and this was written on how to improve your emotional intelligence. Now, Harvard University says emotional intelligence is critical in building and maintaining relationships and influencing others. It's key skills that help people throughout their career and wherever they sit in an organizational structure. Additionally, research suggests that people with a high emotional quotient are more innovative and have higher job satisfaction than those with lower EQs. Isn't that interesting? Now take a look at the screen. What you can see here is Plutchik's emotional wheel. And Plutchik's emotional wheel is a recognized model of emotions that was created by a psychologist, Robert Plutchik. Now, you can also follow along on page 7. Open up to page 7 of your training system and you'll also see it here. Now, Plutchik discovered that there was 8 basic emotions: ecstasy, admiration, terror, amazement, grief, loathing, rage, and vigilance. Now, the benefits of Plutchik's emotional wheel includes providing a visual representation of the relationships between different emotions, allowing you to better understand and identify your own emotion. So this is what I want you to do, is I want you to open up to page 7, and you can see I've done it here. I've taken a pen and I've started to mark all of the emotions that I feel, all of the emotions that I experience. So I want you to have a look at Plutchik's emotional wheel, and I want you to put a line under the emotions that you experience in your business or career. So have a look at all the names of these emotions, and I want you to put a line under which of those you feel. So I will give you 60 seconds, and I want you to put a line under each of these emotions that you feel.
Far in the distance, there's a promise. It seems far in the distance. I put it on the altar, though it was mine. I put it on the altar.
So when you're ready, have a look at your list of emotions, and I want you to go to the chat box. Which emotion do you feel most frequent in business? Have a look at that emotional wheel, and what is the one emotion that you feel the most common in business? John, rage. John, I get a lot of anger in business. I'm very close to you. So rage can turn into anger. Anger can turn into annoyance. Annoyance can turn into aggressiveness. Excellent. Milan, the most common one for you is fear. Okay, excellent. So fear can turn into apprehension. It can also turn into submission. Joseph, aggressiveness. So aggressiveness can be connected with annoyance, can be derived from anger, and also have its root cause in rage. Ken, optimism, can be connected to serenity, joy, and ecstasy. See, all of these emotions are just emotions, and they can have a different impact on us. Now, let me ask you, is optimism a positive? Does optimism have a positive or a negative effect on you? Go to the chat box. Does optimism have a positive or negative impact on you? Now, there's no right or no wrong. Okay, positive. Excellent. For some of us, optimism has a negative impact on us. Do you know why? Because we get too optimistic. We think we can do too much too soon. We set our goals too big. They're too much of a stretch. And because of that optimism, we actually trigger self-sabotage. We set goals that are too big for us to achieve. We start to fear, we start to doubt, and to second guess ourselves that it's actually possible. Marissa, too much optimism. I used to struggle with that a lot in the past. People would always say, Daniel, set a big, hairy, audacious goal. Set a goal to increase your income by 1,000% today. And I used to do it, and I'd feel really good at the start. And then the following day, I'd feel really bad because I knew it just wasn't possible for me to do that within such a short period of time. Are you with me so far? So these emotions can either have a positive or negative impact on our performance. So what I'd like you to do now is please open up to page 9. Please open up to page 9 in your training system. And at the top of the page, you'll see the title, Emotional Intelligence. And I'm going to give you some deeper insights so you can master this skill. So what we say is emotional intelligence is a skill of managing your emotions and understanding other people's emotions. And it helps in having better personal and professional relationships and overall happiness. Now, when it comes to emotional intelligence, there's 4 pillars of emotional intelligence. The first pillar of emotional intelligence is self-recognition. Now, self-recognition is understanding who I am and why I think and feel the way that I do. Now, self-recognition includes self-understanding. It includes confidence, and it includes motivation. So who here today would love to experience a greater level of self-understanding, a greater level of confidence, or do you want to become motivated 99% of the time? Which of these 3 sub-factors do you want? Do you want a greater level of understanding, more confidence, or more motivation? Let me know in the chat box, which of those 3 do you want? Raj, he wants them all. Excellent. Karen wants them all. Milan wants more motivation. Excellent. Now, the second pillar of emotional intelligence is called self-management. Self-management is the ability to get out of any mental and emotional rut that you find yourself in. Now, self-management has 3 sub-factors. These include self-control, discipline, and positive psychology. So when it comes to self-management, do you need to control your emotions better? Or maybe you become more successful if you're just more disciplined. Or maybe you've got a negative psychology and you need to develop a positive psychology. Which of these sub-factors, self-control, discipline, or positive psychology, which one do you need to work on? Go to the chat box. Let me know. Okay, John, thank you. John needs to work on them all. Self-control, discipline, positive psychology. Lim wants to work on self-control. Karen wants to work on all three. Raj and Rachel to develop a positive psychology. Excellent. Now, the third pillar of emotional intelligence is social recognition. Social recognition is the ability to read other people's mental and emotional makeup. Now, social recognition includes empathy, holistic communication, and connection. Now, social recognition is really important if you want to make a lot of sales, because we say without empathy, there are no sales. If you want to become a leader, you have to be able to develop holistic communication. And if you want to make a big impact in your community, you've got to learn to have a deep level of connection with people. So when it comes to social recognition, which of these sub-factors would you like to improve upon? Is it empathy? Is it your holistic communication? Or is it your ability to connect with others? Which one would you like to focus your attention on? Karen, all three: empathy, holistic communication, and connection. Paris, all three: empathy, holistic communication, and connection. Rachel, holistic communication. Milan, connection and holistic communication. Excellent. The fourth pillar of emotional intelligence is social management. Now, social management is the ability to influence, persuade, and make an impact in other people's lives. And social management includes relationships, leadership, and influence. So, are you here to improve your relationships? Would you like to become a leader? Would you like to be able to influence and persuade people to take action? Out of these three sub-factors, where would you like to develop your skill set? Do you want to have better relationships with your family and friends, with your parents, with your children? Do you want to become a leader? Would you like to have influence over others? Raj, influence. Joseph, relationship and influence. Milan, all three. Helen, all three. Excellent. Wonderful. So let's discover the impact of emotions. So there's a couple of questions I'd like to ask you. Can emotions have an impact on professional success? Yes or no? Go to the chat box, let me know. Can emotions have an impact on professional success? Yes, 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 100%. Okay. Can emotions impact relationships? Yes or no? Can emotions impact relationships? Yes, 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 surely. Excellent. Can emotions impact your financial decisions? Can emotions impact your financial decisions? What did George say before? George said he wished he joined my mastermind 6 months ago, but he had a fear of the unknown. Because of the fear of the unknown, he didn't make a decision to join the mastermind. So can emotions impact financial decisions? Yes or no? Yes. Yes. Excellent. Can emotions impact career choices? Can your emotions impact career choices? Okay, yes. Excellent. What did George say before? He wished he'd joined the mastermind 6 months earlier. He joined, and then once he joined and overcame his fears, he went from being a consultant to a coach. He went from doing coaching for free, and now he's charging $200 per hour. Let me ask you, who would love to be earning $200 per hour? Would you love to earn $200 per hour? So my question is, can emotions impact career choices? Absolutely. And you can see for George, 18 new clients this month at $200 per hour. So it's fair to say that emotions can also impact career choices, for better, for George's example, or for worse, for other people who are afraid to begin. Excellent. So let's understand the impact of emotions. I want you to go to page number 11. Please go to page number 11 of your 100X DNA training system. And let's explore the impact of emotions. So at the top of the page, and let's do this together. We'll go through together. I want you to describe an event or thought that triggers fear. What events or thoughts trigger fear for you? What did George say? For him, it was the fear of the unknown. It was the fear of not knowing where he was going to be 6 months from now. So what events or thoughts trigger fear for you? And I want you to write that down on page 11. Excellent. Now, I want you to describe what events or thoughts trigger your doubt. What events or thoughts trigger your doubts? And Nassim gave us an excellent one before, didn't she? She said that there's a lot of instability in the marketplace. The banks are collapsing. People are not sure if they should spend their money or not. And there was doubts about the marketplace. So when you have doubts about your marketplace, when you have doubts about your product or service, what are those events or thoughts that trigger your doubts? Excellent. Thirdly, I want you to describe what events or thoughts trigger limiting beliefs. A limiting belief is, remember this one? Limiting beliefs are bullshit stories that you keep telling yourself why you can't have what you want. Have you heard me say that before? We say that limiting beliefs are your bullshit stories. The bullshit stories that you keep telling yourself why you can't have what you want. What events or thoughts trigger your limiting beliefs? Do you say, I'm not good enough? I'm not smart enough? I don't know enough? Maybe you say, I'm too old to begin. Now's not the right time. What is your limiting belief? Okay, excellent. Now, there's negative emotions of fear, doubt, and there's also limiting beliefs. And the opposite of those are hope, optimism, and confidence. And what did you say before, Nassim? You want to feel more confident, didn't you? So we've got to be able to overcome our doubts to be able to become more confident. So I want you to think through this. Describe what events or thoughts trigger hope. You know that feeling of hope? What events or thoughts trigger hope? Maybe it's launching a new product. Maybe it's launching a new service. Maybe it's setting a goal to start a business. What triggers hope for you? Secondly, describe what events or thoughts trigger optimism. What triggers optimism for you? Is it when the leads start coming in? Is it when the customers respond to your Facebook or your Instagram or your YouTube ads? Is it when you get a promotion? Is it when you get a pay rise? What events or thoughts trigger optimism? And then thirdly, what events or thoughts trigger confidence? Because it would be fair to say that if you had all the confidence that you needed, you wouldn't be stuck in a comfort zone, would you? If you had all the confidence you needed to close on sales, you'd ask for the order. But when we lack confidence, we get stuck in a comfort zone. We don't ask for what we want. So what events or thoughts trigger confidence? Is it a review or a testimonial from your customer? Is it that you hit your target the first month, the second month, the third month? Is it a compliment from your partner or one of your colleagues? I want you to describe what events or thoughts trigger confidence. Excellent. Okay, beautiful. Let's continue. Let's have a look at self-recognition. Now, before we said self-recognition is understanding who I am and why I think and feel the way that I do. Self-recognition includes self-understanding. It includes confidence. It includes motivation. So please turn over to page number 12 and let's do an exercise on self-recognition. Are you ready to do an exercise on self-recognition? Okay. I want you to explain a recent event where the emotion of fear caused you to doubt or second guess yourself. That's the first thing. So in the box at the top, explain a recent event where the emotion of fear caused you to doubt or second guess yourself. What did George say before? I wanted to join the mastermind 6 months ago, but I had a fear of the unknown. Have you got an example like that? And then secondly, how did this negatively impact you? For George, knowing what he now knows, he's got 18 clients this month. He's now gone from charging $0 per hour to $200 per hour. He knows that if he would have joined the program 6 months ago, he could have had the exact same results 6 months earlier. He could have had so many more clients. He could have been making so much more money. So, how do these fears negatively impact you? An example for George, he lost 6 months of time. He lost 6 months of possible income earning potential. He could have been so much further ahead, but now he's further behind. So how did that fear negatively impact you? And then finally, how did this negatively impact the people nearest to you? Now, I'm not sure if you know this, but did you know emotions are contagious? Did you know that? Did you know emotions are contagious? I believe that emotions are more contagious than COVID. And I'm going to prove it to you. Who here has ever been to a party? All of your friends are at the party. They got there early, but you showed up late. And you walked through the door where the party was and you could feel the positive vibe. You could hear people laughing, singing, dancing, having a great time. And as soon as you walked into that room, you could feel all of those positive emotions. Have you had that experience before? You walk into the room and you can just feel the vibration. Have you had that before? Wong, Paris, yes. See, emotions are contagious. Have you ever had this experience? Maybe you lived in a house where your parents used to argue a lot. Maybe your parents would fight about money. Maybe they were struggling to have enough money to survive. Maybe your parents were living paycheck to paycheck and there was always arguments about money. And sometimes you would come home, you would walk through the door and you could feel that tension in the room. You know that mum and dad were just having an argument and you walked in and you could feel all of that negative emotion. Have you had that before? And what happens? You don't want to tell them the good news. You don't want to tell them all the wonderful things that happen. What do you want to do? You want to get away from that feeling. So you go put yourself in a room so you can get away from that negative feeling. Have you had that before? Yes or no? We've all had that. So emotions are contagious. So, page 12, very important that we become aware and we can start to recognize these patterns. Because once we start to recognize the patterns, then we can start to break through those patterns. Okay, give me a yes. Have you done your exercise? Do you know your trigger? What was a recent event? Joseph, excellent. Can you see how the negative emotion impacted you? Paris, yes. Can you see how your emotions can impact others? Raj, yes. Okay, excellent. So, as we mentioned earlier today, the fastest way to reprogram your mind, what is it? It's to use hypnosis and to use NLP. And what I believe is that if you were feeling more confident, you'd leave your comfort zone, wouldn't you? Do you agree with that? If you were feeling more confident, then you'd leave your comfort zone. And the reason why we use NLP is to increase our level of confidence. Now, NLP stands for Neuro-Linguistic Programming, and it's a really great technique to help you to get control of your thoughts. Your thoughts influence 95% of your feelings, and it's how you feel that determines what you do and what you don't do. When you can see yourself clearly achieving your goals, then you feel confident. And when you feel confident, you take action, don't you? But when you're confused about your future, when you're not sure of the right direction, the fear of the unknown can kick in. And then when you're experiencing the fear of the unknown, have you noticed that you tend to procrastinate? Have you seen that before, Ken? Yes. So NLP stands for Neuro-Linguistic Programming, and it helps change our thinking so we can change our feelings and we can start to do all the things that we said we would do. So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to put your headphones on. I'd like you to remove all of your distractions, and I just want you to sit back and relax for a moment. Let's start to use some NLP so we can change the way that you think, feel, and act. So when you're ready, I want you to go ahead and close your eyes. Go ahead, sit back, relax, and close your eyes. And now take a big deep breath in through the nose. And let it out through your mouth. Relax. And what I'd like you to do now is I'd like you to create a picture inside of your mind. And in that picture, I want you to see yourself adapting to change with confidence. So go ahead and create a picture in your mind, seeing yourself adapting to change with confidence. And I want you to imagine yourself confidently leaving your comfort zone. And just see yourself confidently leaving your comfort zone. And when you're ready, I want you to imagine stepping inside of that picture. Imagine stepping right inside of your body. So you're looking through your own eyes and you can hear the sounds around you and you can feel the confidence as you adapt to change. Excellent. And now I want you to make that picture more colourful. I want you to increase the intensity of those colours for the most real feel. Excellent. And I want you to take that picture and I want you to make it larger. I want you to double the size of that picture for the most real feel. Excellent. And I want you to take the feeling of confidence and I want you to double the size of that confidence for the most real feel. Excellent. And now step outside of your body. Step outside of your body, leaving your body in the picture so you can see yourself in the picture. So your unconscious mind knows that you're ready to adapt confidently to any change. Excellent. And when you're ready, I want you to come back to now, holding on to all of that confidence. And as I count to 3, you'll open your eyes. 1, 2, and 3. Welcome back. Well done. Well done. Excellent. Now go to the chat box. Tell me, can you feel that confidence start to shift as you upgrade your mindset? Go to the chat box. What did you see? What did you see out there? Now, this is a client of mine, and her name is Jo. Jo was sexually assaulted by one of her work colleagues, and she had no idea how to move forward. See, she had tried to get help, but the services available to her just didn't feel right. And she didn't want to go back to work with the man who had assaulted her. But she also couldn't afford to quit. She needed the income. And that's when Jo found my 100x DNA Accelerator, a mastermind for leaders who are reinventing themselves after setbacks. In this community, she found support from other leaders who understood what she was going through because they had been there too. Jo was able to reinvent herself as a public speaker, reinvent herself as a mental health expert, and an entrepreneur who today helps thousands of other women on their journey of healing after sexual assault. So let me ask you, who here would love to be a part of a community that would help one another overcome obstacles and to go from good to great as a leader? Would you love to be a part of a community like that? Excellent. Well, later today, we're going to be talking about the 100x DNA Accelerator. So ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to take a break. It's now 11:15. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes and we're going to be back here at 11:30. I'll see you back here at 11:30. Enjoy your break. I'll see you back here at 11:30.
I am Ting Meng Chua, and I'm a trainer and a training manager. So at the moment, I am doing some research, and also I've learned some skill in timeline therapy, which I'm applying now for helping some colleagues, some friends, and so on, to help them overcome their anger and their fear and so on as well. So for the moment, my challenges is about getting more clients, help them in the sense that in their blockages, their challenges. So that's the benefit I have got from this class is actually understand myself better, and also removing some of my blockages personally. So that's where I'm starting to move forward in my life.
Hi, I'm Gerard, and I help people to grow their money. Now, I just gone through a very excellent exercise with Daniel and Nini, where I get to see the wheel of life, my wheel of life. And so such a surprising to know and understand the shape came out like an elephant, but it helps me to identify where is my lowest gap and my strongest gap. And by identifying this, it allows me to work on the weakest area of my life and turn it into such a great area by applying all the positive learnings that I have in my strongest area to create the life that I can live life on my terms.
Hi, my name is Teresa Wong. I'm a profession as a life planner. I did a navigational coaching together with Nini. At first, a bit nervous because facing about 80 students or classmates at the same time for the first time. However, through the navigational coaching and through the questions that being asked by Nini, I'm able to focus more and know what is the next step I need to take, especially for the next coming 24 hours. And I'm looking forward to increase another 130% of my sales in 3 to 6 months' time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm George Kong. My current work is business transformation. I work with a number of clients across ASEAN. Prior to attending this, this course with Daniel, I want to transition into a coach and mentor full-time. So moving from consulting to coach and mentoring. So that's my goal, attending 100x DNA with Daniel. So during this time frame with Daniel, I've learned a lot of tools, a lot of techniques. I learned a lot about myself, on how to improve myself and also become a good coach and mentor. Tools and knowledge I've gained really help me with engaging with my clients on a day-to-day basis and also support them to improve and be successful. So it's been great experience with Daniel and I would recommend it to anyone. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Ramesh Zaidi. I'm from Johor Bahru, the southern state in Malaysia. My professional job is I'm an associate professor in a university in the southern of Johor. And just now I had the opportunity to be on the hot seat for timeline therapy. And the best thing that I experienced was going through the learning process, which I extracted from what I've learned. And I feel that this timeline therapy has given me the better way of looking at issues and problems, which it guides me to look back on how I can learn from certain problems or issues. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Peter Wies. I'm since 20 years in Malaysia, originally from Switzerland. I'm doing mega projects here in Malaysia, Southeast Asia actually. So the reason I'm here is when I met Daniel, I felt very comfortable. And my goal is to expand my business from being in projects into project mentoring on a global scale. So that obviously is quite a challenge for me, or it was. When I met Daniel and 100x DNA, I learned a lot about myself, how to overcome my challenges and improve my attitude to this whole business. And I learned a lot during the sessions, but as well the group, the supporting team is fantastic. So basically the get together and the learning from each other and the way Daniel is conveying the messages is down to earth, very practical, useful, and that gives me the leverage to achieve my goal, what I want to do for this year particularly, and of course in the nearest future.
My main purpose of joining 100x DNA, definitely to invest in myself. Previously, before joining 100x, I feel nervous, full of anxiety in all events. It has transformed me from a shy to what I want to know more about myself. And Daniel's unwavering effort, he always goes above and beyond for his students. And I'm very proud to be one of his students. I may not be his best student, which I try to be, and I hope to be, and continuing to be his student is actually an honor for me. There's so much more. There's so much more than just attending a course. Because for me, over the years of working, I've attended many courses, but not in this manner. There's that human touch that makes the difference, that makes me put in that effort to improve myself more than I know I can be, and also to unleash the potential that I feel I have inside, but it has been dormant all the while. This time round, this extension is just lighting the flame again. Lighted it 2 years ago, and I have been following, although it doesn't mean it ends after the course ends, because it's just studying and not implementing. So for all future students, if I have a way to reach out to you and tell you, join and never hesitate. It will be your best decision you ever made. And I'm glad I made that decision 2 years ago, and I'm very glad I'm here today to meet them live in person. It's, like I said again earlier, an investment in yourself, which you will be sure you're glad you took the leap into 100x DNA. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maswati Madamin. I'm a veterinarian that retired from the Department of Veterinary Services. My goal is to open up my own veterinary clinic, but due to doubt, fear, and limiting belief, I procrastinate and hesitate to open up the clinic. But after attending the Daniel's Tolson 100x 10A Masterclass, I've become more confident and I have my belief, and I've decided to pursue with my dreams of opening up my own veterinary clinic. So now I've already opened it, and like what Daniel has said, is that you don't have to be perfect to do to pursue your dreams, and just go for it, just do the action. And this is what I'm doing, and now I'm opening it for already about 5 days, and I hope that I can do better with the challenges, and with the help of 100x 10A Masterclass, I will make it as a good investment for me and for my family, and earn the incomes that I expected. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Sundaraj. I've been with Daniel and on this journey since 2020. Learning from Daniel Tolson has been a hugely transformative experience for me, and today's session just reinforced that. It was like a revision at the same time, a learning of new points, new ways of looking at the same thing. And I love that about Daniel and Nini. They always make you think of new ways of refreshing yourself and going forward with your life. And this is where I think 100x DNA today has done extremely well for me and also my colleagues. They look different, they look more confident, they're much more outgoing than they were before the course. So I'm really grateful and I'm thankful that I could be here today to enjoy this session and learn once more. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm DC Lim. I'm in the repair industry. I met Daniel last year, joined on this program, 100x DNA Masterclass, right? I can better understand myself through DISC, and then I can use that to align my goal, and then more easy achieve to my goal. And that at the same time, through on this, right, I can use this knowledge, right, communicate to my team, and more help me to manage my APAC teams.
Hello, my name is Thanakon from Bangkok, Thailand. I'm in international food trade business. I met Daniel 2 years ago in 100x DNA class, and it's quite interesting because at that time I don't have any goal before, and I struggle a lot with expanding my team, my business, entrepreneurial journey. And the thing I think I really achieved is I know people more. I mentioned a lot about people managing, and it's kind of skills that hardly find out there. So yeah, once I achieved it, everything is crazy. It's really good for my life, for my family, and yeah. Today I'm enjoying his live event, and it's really much more interesting because we can feel, we can know much more. So I'm invite you guys to join. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Raha. I'm from Johor Bahru. I'm an entrepreneur. Okay, I'm very glad and happy that I'm here today, finally meeting Daniel and Nini face to face, because all this while over the past 2 years is already online. Okay, the takeout that I got today is actually when we have these NLP tools, and especially the predicates that I learned today, I feel that it's very useful for us in meeting people like myself. I'm doing sales, so this is very important for every salesperson to have that with your hands in meeting people. So I really encourage you out there to really join Daniel Tolson 100x DNA Masterclass, because it's really, really worth it for all of us. and I'm here today. I'm really happy with that have joined and Daniel, and I'm thankful for him. Okay, right. Thank you.
Everybody wants to perform at their best. Everybody wants to have more time off, and everybody wants to make a lot more money, including you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to session number 3. Session number 3 will go from 11:30 through to 12:30 p.m. Now, many years ago, I was stuck and I didn't know what to do next. I was in that position where I wasn't making enough money and I wasn't growing fast enough. Have you ever had that before? You're not making enough money, you're not achieving your goals fast enough. So in 2009, I actually started my own business, and I started my own business so I could impact lives. But 5 years later, I still hadn't achieved the results that I wanted. Have you had that before? You've set a goal, you're working towards it, you're not getting what you want. And what made me really frustrated was that there was people with less experience than me making more money than me. And one day my mum said to me, she said, "Daniel, why is it that everybody can come to you for help, but you won't ask others for help?" Anybody else like that here? Tracy, people come to you for help, but you won't ask for help. And that's what my mum said to me. Now, the truth was she was right. And I hadn't asked people for help because of a couple of things that kept coming to my mind. I was thinking, well, what if they don't want to help me? What if I ask and they reject me? What if I ask and then they think that I'm stupid? But my mum said something to me that changed my life. She said, "Daniel, the reason why your business is not working is because you don't know how to apply what you've learned." Have you had that before? You've gone to a masterclass. You can see people like George making $200 per hour, but it doesn't work for you. You've read the book, but you can't apply the ideas. You've even been to university, business development programs, but you're still stuck. See, the thing for me, I was in the same place. I just didn't know how to apply what I learned. So my mum, who was a very successful business person, she recommended that I joined a mastermind. And when I did, it changed my life almost immediately. So when I joined a mastermind, I had 2 criteria. Number 1, I had to be able to make more money. Number 2, I had to be in an environment with other successful people. Now, when I joined a mastermind, in the first 6 months, I increased my prices. In the second 6 months, I focused on building relationships and collaborations. And in that 6-month period, one of the members introduced me to one of his friends, a very successful businessman who had grown a business with 15,000 employees, and he was doing more than 200 million sales every single year. Also, by joining a mastermind, I stopped making excuses. I had somebody holding me accountable every week, and within the first year, I made an extra $400,000. Isn't that incredible? And for most of you, I think you'd also love to be able to increase your sales and income by $400,000, wouldn't you? Imagine that. The mastermind, I invested $30,000 in, and my sales and income went up by $400,000. Who would love to have those types of results? Is that you? Well, I think if you're human and you're an intelligent person, you'd say absolutely yes. And today, later on today, I'm going to show you how you can get those results and much more with my 100x DNA Accelerator Mastermind. We're going to talk about that later on. So I want you to think about this. What do you want to do with your life? What do you want to do with your life? What do you want to do with your career? What do you want to do with your finances? What do you want to do? Go to the chat box, tell me. What is that number one goal? If I could wave my magic wand, we waved it for Nassim before. If we could wave that magic wand and you could achieve any one goal this year, what would it be? Go to the chat box, let me know. If you could achieve any one goal this year, what would you achieve? Rinzen, to impact many. Excellent. And I want you to imagine achieving that goal. Imagine achieving that goal. How would it make you feel? Go to the chat box, let me know. What would be that feeling that you'd have if you could achieve your goal? What would be the name of that feeling? Marissa, financial goals. Joseph, financial breakthrough. Milan, to feel secure. Anybody else here who would love to have that feeling of security? Isn't it nice to have emotional stability and financial security? Isn't that a nice way to wake up? Tracy, to be able to own my own home, a car, travel around the world with money. Karen, freedom. Tracy, security for sure. Marissa, to finally trust myself. Let me ask you, is there a secret police operating in Singapore? Is there a secret police operating in Australia? And they're stopping you from achieving all the success that you've ever wanted. Is there a secret police force? Are they knocking on your door, putting their gun in your face saying you can't be a success? They follow you around and they say you can't be successful. Is there anybody out there doing that to you? No. But are we doing it to ourselves? Yes. If we trusted ourselves, we would go all in, wouldn't we? But there's no law in Singapore. There is no law in Australia that says you are not allowed to trust yourself. There's no law that says you're allowed to trust yourself and you're not. It's about us trusting ourselves. So what would be that feeling that you'd have if you achieved that goal this year? What would be that feeling? Victor, to feel super good. Lim, a feeling of having more options in life. Jeffrey, financial freedom. Excellent. Tracy, an incredible high. Raj, liberation and freedom. Excellent. Well, after completing this session, you'll be able to master the DISC personality science. You're going to know yourself with clarity, and you're going to break free from your comfort zones. Now, this is Kylie, a single mum, and she was working 70 hours per week just to survive. See, her goal was to create financial security for her and her children, but she was struggling with the stress of having to do everything on her own. Recently, she'd also been diagnosed with cancer. And then not long after that, her father passed away. After her father passed away, she was experiencing what's called survivor guilt. And she felt guilty for being alive when her father wasn't. And she couldn't get out of this painful cycle. Now, Kylie spent a year with me in my 100x DNA Accelerator. She learned NLP. She learned about leadership, and she learned how to overcome her painful memories. And after applying those strategies that she learned that year, she increased her sales by 1 million Australian dollars. She is the first network marketer in her company to achieve $1 million worth of sales, and she also doubled her personal income that year. So let me know, who here today would love to make $1 million in sales this year? Nassim, is that you? Nassim said 50,000. Kylie did $1 million. Who here would love to be making $1 million in sales this year? If you're eating your lunch, you can just smile and nod. I can see Ken and Mohammed are eating their lunch. It looks delicious. Thumbs up. Excellent. Good. Here's Kylie.
Hi, I'm Kylie DeBryce Backer, and I'm here at Perform at Your Best. And I have to tell you from the bottom of my heart that if you have ever wanted more, wondered why you can't have, or thought negative thoughts, not liked what you've seen in the mirror, you have to come and do this course. It will change the way you think and feel about yourself and open up a whole new world of opportunities. Come.
And we're going to make sure that happens for you too. So, welcome to the Science of Disc, ladies and gentlemen. You've completed your online assessment. You've also received your report via email. And now we're going to go into one of the most important sciences that I've ever discovered. So it was in 2016 when I was struggling to get ahead in my business. I had been doubting myself and I didn't know if I had what it took to achieve my dreams. Anybody else felt like that? See, that year I was introduced to a coach who taught me about the science of disc. And the report gave me clarity on what was actually driving me. It gave me clarity on what my goals should be and how those goals should align with my personality. It also showed me what I could do to stay motivated 99% of the time. Now, as a result of that clarity, in 100 days after getting my report, I made an extra $240,000 of new sales because I finally understood who I was and what my strengths were. So who here today would love to be making an extra $240,000 in the next 100 days? Are you ready to do it? Excellent. Good. Now, I want you to achieve the same level of success that George has. Imagine earning $200 per hour. I want you to have the same level of success as Kylie. Imagine making $1 million worth of sales in 1 year. I want you to have the type of success that I had back in 2016, where I made an extra $240,000 in 100 days. And we're going to get there by understanding disc. So welcome to the disc training. This is the science of disc, and you're going to love it. Now, if you'd like to open up to page 20 of your 100x DNA training system, there's an exercise here on page 20, and we're going to go through this together right now. Now, studies have shown that people behave differently. Do you agree that people behave differently? The way we do things, we go about things very differently. Now, what the researchers have discovered is that some people are more decisive. Some people are more competitive. Some people could be described as direct or innovative. Other people can be described as being adventurous, as problem solvers, or as result oriented. Now, when you think of these words, decisive, competitive, daring, what kind of person comes to mind? Decisive, competitive, daring. How would this person walk? How would this person talk? And what would their workspace look like? This person who's decisive, competitive, and daring, what value would they bring to a team? Now, as you look at these descriptive words, can you see any of these descriptive words fitting you? What words from this list best describe you? Maybe some of them do, maybe some of them don't. So go to the chat box and let me know. Which of these words describe you, if any? Tracy, problem solver. Excellent. Ken, results oriented. Lim, decisive. Excellent. Now, the research has also shown that people can be described in these ways: Other people can be described as charming, confident, convincing, enthusiastic, inspiring, optimistic, persuasive, sociable, trusting. Now, when you hear these words, charming, confident, convincing, what kind of person comes to mind? That charming, that confident, that convincing person, how do they walk? How do they talk? What would their workspace look like? This person who's charming, confident, convincing, what value would they bring to a team? And can you see if any of those descriptors fit you? Which words from the second list describe you? Go to the chat box, let me know. Charming, confident, convincing, enthusiastic, inspiring, optimistic, persuasive, sociable, trusting. Which of these words best describe you? Rinzin, optimistic and trusting. Raj, trusting. Karen, trusting. Excellent. Fantastic. Studies have also shown that other people can be described like this: understanding, friendly, good listener, patient, relaxed, sincere, stable, steady, team player. So when you hear those words, understanding, friendly, good listener, what kind of person comes to mind? How do they walk? How do they talk? What does their workspace look like? What value do they bring to a team? And can you see any descriptors that fit you? Which words from the third list describe you? What words from the third list describe you? Ken, stable and steady. Raj, friendly, good listener, steady, team player. Milan, understanding, patient, sincere, relaxed, good listener. Clara, good listener, patient, relaxed, sincere. Now, the research also discovered that other people can be described like this: accurate, precise, analytical, compliant, courteous, diplomatic, detailed, fact finder, objective. And when you hear these words, accurate, precise, analytical, what kind of person comes to mind? How do they walk? How do they talk? What does their workspace look like? What value do they bring to a team? And can you see any of the descriptors from the fourth column fitting you? Which words from the fourth column describe you? Raj, compliant, courteous, diplomatic, objective. Ken, precise, analytical. Tracy, courteous, diplomatic. Milan, fact finder, courteous, detailed, precise, accurate. Excellent. Isn't it interesting that when we look at it through this lens, there's different words to describe different people? And based on those words, these people are going to interact, walk, talk, do things differently. They're going to bring a different value to a team. Now, somebody like Gordon Ramsay, he can be described as being driven, ambitious, and strong-willed. So, is your personality style like Gordon Ramsay? Are you driven, ambitious, and strong-willed? Do any of those words describe you? Or are you more like Angelina Jolie, that you could be described as enthusiastic, warm, and persuasive? Maybe you've got more of the Brad Pitt style. You could be described as loyal, relaxed, passive, patient. Or maybe you're more like Martha Stewart. You're detail-oriented, conventional, exacting. Which of these celebrities is your personality style most like? Go to the chat box. Are you more like Gordon Ramsay? Dominance? Are you more like Angelina Jolie? Influence? Are you more like Brad Pitt? Steadiness? Or are you more conscientious like Martha Stewart? Ken says dominance. Marissa says influence. Milan says steadiness. Joseph says conscientious. Excellent. Now, when it comes to the science of DISC assessments do not measure intelligence. They do not measure your emotional quotient. They don't measure your competencies and skills. The DISC assessment does not measure your painful memories or your commitment to change. DISC assessments measure your needs. It measures your emotions. It also measures your fears. Now, DISC is a very simple, practical, easy to remember tool, and it's also universally applicable. And what that means is it works in Australia. It works in Singapore. It works in the Middle East. It works in Africa. It works in Europe, and it also works in the Americas. And you can see these differences in people all around the world. Now, when it comes to DISC, there are significant advantages of you learning DISC. Now, DISC is a tool that focuses on individual patterns of external observable behaviors, and it measures the intensities of these characteristics using scales of directness and openness. DISC gives us a system that can pinpoint on our personal strengths. Wouldn't you love to know what your strengths are? DISC also gives us a strategy to diagnose our possible limitations. Wouldn't you love to know that one thing that's been holding you back? Now, when it comes to DISC, there are 4 core styles. How many styles are there? There are 4 core styles. These are dominance, influence, steadiness, and conscientious. And whilst there are 4 primary styles, most people, including me, most people including you, are a blend of these 4 styles. Now, each style is characterized by specific areas of focus and specific behavioral tendencies. So let's first look at the areas of focus. D is for dominance, and it's how you approach problems and challenges. I stands for influence, and it's how you approach people and contacts. S stands for steadiness, and it's how you manage the pace and consistency in your environment. And we also have our C style, which is conscientiousness. Conscientiousness is how you approach procedures and constraints. Now, there's a very simple way for us to identify the 4 styles. So, would you describe yourself as more guarded or more open? How would you be described? Are you somebody who's very guarded with information, or are you more open with information? So go to the chat box, let me know, are you more guarded or are you more open? Okay, Tracy says more open. Excellent. Clara says more guarded. Rinzen says more open. Victor says more guarded. Excellent. What we have learned is that the dominance and conscientious styles, both D and C, tend to be more guarded. The I style and the S style, influence and steadiness, tend to be more open. Now, how would you describe yourself? Are you somebody who moves at a fast pace? Or would you describe yourself as somebody who moves at a slow pace? Because everybody has a different focus, they have different behavioural tendencies, and they also move at a different pace. So, would you describe yourself as fast or slower paced? Ken fast, Nassim fast, Milan slow, Rinzin slower. What we've learned is that D and I styles, dominance and influence styles, move at a faster pace. The S style and the C style, steadiness and conscientiousness, tend to move at a slower pace. Excellent. So, both also have a different focus. So, would you describe yourself as somebody who's task and goal focused or relationship and people focused? How would you describe yourself? Task and goal focused, or do you put your focus on relationship and people? What do you tend to do most often? Task and goal, relationship and people. Excellent. Now, would you describe yourself as more outgoing or more reserved? If you describe yourself as more outgoing, you probably like to talk a lot. You like to be involved in telling stories. Or maybe you're more reserved. You just like to ask questions and listen. So how would you describe yourself? More outgoing or more reserved? Because both the dominance and the influence style tend to be more outgoing. They like to talk, they like to tell stories. Versus the S style and the C style, steadiness and conscientiousness, they like to ask questions and listen. They could be described as more reserved. Excellent. Are you enjoying this so far? Are you starting to see this pattern of who you are? People tell me all the time that DISC makes them a fortune. Once they understand themselves, they set the right goals. Once they start to understand others, their sales increase. And people from around the world tell me all the time that this is the best training that they've ever been to on DISC. And my goal today is to give you some of the most incredible knowledge so you can know yourself. Now, when it comes to each of the four styles, everybody needs something different. Dominance people, they need independence. Influence styles, they need a lot of interaction. The steadiness style needs a lot of stability. And the conscientious style needs correctness. So go to the chat box and tell me, what is your need? What is your motivational need? If you're a D style, you need independence. If you're an influence style, you need a lot of interaction. If you're the steadiness style, you need a lot of stability. And if you're the conscientious style, you need a lot of correctness. What do you need? Marissa needs more independence. Ken, independence. Milan, stability. Joseph, independence. Karen, stability. Wong, interaction. Victor, correctness. Now, once you understand your needs, then you can start to set the right goals for yourself. Once you start to set the right goals for yourself, then you're going to be motivated 99% of the time. Now, each of the four DISC styles needs something different. They have different wants. The dominant style needs control and variety. They want control. They want variety. The influence style needs approval and they need less structure. The steadiness style needs a routine and they want harmony. The conscientious style wants standards and they want things to be logical. So what do you want? Do you want control and variety? Do you want approval and less structure? Do you want routine and harmony, or do you want standard and logic? When you achieve these wants, D style, when you get control and variety, your motivation goes up. I style, when you get the approval and less structure, your motivation goes up. Steadiness, when you find your routine and you achieve harmony or balance, your motivation goes up. C style, when things are logic, when you have a standard to follow, your results go up. So what do you need? Ken, control and variety. Helen, approval and less structure. Excellent. Now, all disc styles have their own fears. And this is a major breakthrough because people know that they've been experiencing a fear, yet they've never been able to articulate the fear. And what I say is if you can't name it, you can't tame it. If you can't name it, you can't tame it. And this is why people tell me this is the best training they've ever been to, because they finally realize the fear that's been holding them back for so long. So are you ready to discover the fears for each style? We're going to discover the fear, and then later on we're going to talk about how we overcome the fear. So the D style, you have a fear of losing. Where are my D style people? Don't you hate to lose? The fear for you that is you might lose control. I style people, your greatest fear is rejection, and you'll spend a lot of your energy avoiding rejection. S style, steadiness, your greatest fear is sudden change. And the C style people, conscientious, your greatest fear is a fear of being wrong. These are the personal fears for each of the 4 disc styles. And as I mentioned before, we tend to be a blend of all of these styles. So if you're a D and I style person, you've got to learn to manage the fear of losing control and the fear of rejection. If you're a DC style person, you've got to manage to learn how to overcome the fear of losing control and get past the fear of being wrong. If you're an IS style, you're going to have 2 fears. You're going to have the fear of rejection and the fear of sudden change. And if you're the SC style person, the 2 fears you've got to manage will be the fear of sudden change and the fear of being wrong. And there's going to be a combination of fears. So go to the chat box, tell me, based on what you've learned already, which 2 fears are going to get into your way. Go to the chat box. Which 2 fears? Karen, thank you. Fear of rejection, fear of being wrong. Lim, fear of sudden change and fear of being wrong. Nassim, fear of losing control and fear of being wrong. Isn't this incredible? I promised you that you would learn more about yourself in this training in these 2 days than 10, 20, or even 30 years of self-discovery could provide for you. This is where emotional intelligence comes together with performance and success. Now, the D style needs to work on empathy. The I style needs to learn how to control their emotions. The S style needs to learn to become more assertive. And the C style needs to stop worrying about everything. Now, the D style, under stress, can become dictatorial. The I style can come across as superficial. The S style can be very indecisive and they fail to make a decision. And the C style, they just withdraw and they become headstrong. So let's discover which disc style you are. Are you excited, ladies and gentlemen? Are you excited to bring this all together and see how it fits? Well, what you'll need is you'll need to get out your disc report. I want you to get out your disc report and I want you to open up to page 13. On page 13, you're going to see your disc style graph. This is my disc style graph and you're now going to explore yours. So let me explain what this page is. On page 13 is your style insights graph. And we have two styles. We have our adapted style on the left, and we have our natural style on the right. For today's training, we are going to focus on your natural graph. In the 100x DNA Accelerator, in the Mastermind, we will focus on your adapted graph because oftentimes you have two very different personalities. Today, we're going to focus on your natural graph. You'll also see in the middle is your energy line. The energy line is the midpoint. For people who have scores above the midline, then you're going to put more energy into that disc style. For people who have scores 50 and below, you're going to put less energy into these styles. So your adapted style indicates how you tend to use your behavioral traits in your selected work focus. Your natural style indicates that you naturally tend to use different behavioral traits when you're relaxed. Now, your adapted style is your graph displayed on the left. It is your perception of the behavioral tendencies you think you should use in your selected focus, whether that be work, social, or family. The graph may change when your roles or situations change. Now, the graph on the right, and that's where we're going to focus our attention this weekend. The graph on your right is your natural style, and it indicates the intensity of your instinctive behaviors and your motivators. We describe this as the real you, or your knee-jerk instinctive behaviors. And this is how you act when you feel comfortable in your home environment and are not attempting to impress. It also shows what you do in stressful situations. The graph tends to be fairly consistent in different environments. Now, as we read down the bottom, if you have scores under 10 points or over 90 points, these are extended scores where the behavior becomes a need. Now, what it says, if expressing that behavior isn't possible, you'll likely create situations where that behavioral need can be met. Now, if the bars are similar, it means that you tend to use your natural behaviors in either environment. If your adapted style is different from your natural style, this may cause stress if over a long period of time. You are then using behaviors that are not as comfortable or natural for you. Now, the higher or lower each DISC point is on your graph, the greater or lesser your behavior impacts your results at work and with others around you. Once aware, you can adapt your style to be more effective. Now, the question is, can you change? Of course. We do it every day depending on the situation. So, I'm excited to share this with you. And right now, what we're going to do is we're going to focus just on graph number 2. Okay? I want you to put a circle around this one. This weekend, we're only focusing on graph number 2. So let's start by learning about our dominant style. Our D style is our first style. And what you can do is you can open up to your report, and on page number 12 of your report, you're going to see what's called your word sketch natural style. Okay? On page number 12, you'll see your word sketch natural style, and you'll see a red box. These are the descriptive words for your D style. So, for example, for me, my descriptor is number 5, adventurous, risk taker, directful, forceful. Where your red box is, they're going to be your descriptive words for your D style. So let's explore dominance. Dominance. This is where you focus on problems and challenges. D-style people tend to act assertively. The emotions that the D-style needs to manage are emotions of anger and impatience. And the fears that come along with this style are the fear of being taken advantage of, or a fear of losing control. Now, if you're a high D style, if your D score on the natural is 50 or above, these are some possible words that could describe how you approach problems and challenges. You could be described as daring, demanding, risk taker, forceful, or competitive. If your D style is 50 or below, then these are some possible words that would describe you. Calculated risk, seeking consensus, unobtrusive, agreeing, or cautious. So, page number 12 is going to have your descriptive words. So, look on page number 12, look for the red box, and I want you to go to the chat box and tell me, how do you approach problems and challenges? The words that describe how I approach problems and challenges are adventurous, risk taker, directful, forceful. What words describe you? Go to the chat box and let me know which words describe how you approach problems and challenges. Clara, calculated risk, moderate, questioning, unassuming. Excellent. Marissa, daring, argumentative, decisive, domineering, egocentric. Wonderful. Tracy, agreeing, cautious, conservative, contemplative, modest, and restrained. Excellent. Okay. Well, what I want to do is I want to step you through this. We're going to do a couple of things. We're going to have a look at how you approach problems and challenges. We're going to have a look at your descriptive words. We're going to understand what they mean to you. We're going to understand why these are important to you and how this helps or hurts you on the way towards your goal. So should we do some hot seat coaching? 100x DNA, should we do some hot seat coaching? Are you ready to do some hot seat coaching? Well, if your camera's on and your microphone's on, then you will get the opportunity for hot seat coaching. Okay, Tracy's had her camera on all morning, smiling away there. Tracy Novak, when you're ready, let's get you in the hot seat and welcome to 100x DNA Masterclass. Okay, World Masterclass team, let's get our friend Tracy Novak in the hot seat.
Oh, there. Okay.
Hey, Tracy, how you doing there?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful, thank you. Where are you joining me from today?
Just north of Brisbane.
Just north of Brisbane. How far north do we have to go? How many kilometres? It's a big place.
Gosh. I don't know. I'm not good at kilometers. I guess about
Miles.
45 minutes out.
45 minutes out. Okay, lovely. Beautiful. Well, thanks for being here with us today. Are you enjoying yourself so far?
I am. I've learned a lot.
Excellent.
Oh,
What
and
have
do
you
you
learned?
like my Australian accent, by the way?
G'day, mate.
Yeah, good day.
Where are you originally from?
From Canada originally.
From Canada. Excellent. So how do you enjoy the warmer climate versus the cold Canadian
You know, it's
climate?
funny. I've been here since 2006, and I used to love the heat, but we're getting a lot of heat now, so not so nice.
It's a big difference, isn't it?
Mm.
I'm from northwest Sydney in a place called the Hawkesbury district.
Oh.
So it's the foothill of the mountains and it's often very dry. So I moved from a very green, dry area of Sydney and I went and lived in the Middle East and I lived in the desert from 2007 to 2012. And then I
Wow.
moved to Taiwan. So here in Taiwan, we have full 4 seasons and we've just come out of winter. So it can even snow here on the island. And
Oh,
so it can
wow.
be 0 degrees and in summer it can get up all the way up to 40 degrees and really wet. So a little bit like far north Queensland.
Actually, Ontario can be like that. We've got extremists, minus conditions. Up to, in recent years, they've been getting 40 and 42 in the city.
Wow. It's crazy, isn't it? Well, let's make the most of our time together. Let's do some hot seat coaching. So whenever we start coaching, the question is, where do you want to be 12 months from today? What's that 12-month goal you're working towards? What's the most important goal for you to achieve in the next 12 months?
Next 12 months, it's financial security for sure.
Excellent. And what's the number that you want to achieve? Is it you want to reduce debt or do you want to increase savings? Which side of the equation are you going to work on?
Increase income.
Increase income. Beautiful. And how much do you want to increase that income by? What's the dollar figure?
A lot.
A lot.
I have in my mind, and this is where you talk about stretching. You know, I've been living hand to mouth, but I really see myself like way up 6 figures. That's where I see myself. My lifestyle has changed dramatically from years ago. So, yeah, but it's been a long time. So I've come from one extreme and hit the low, and now I want to go even higher than what I had before. So.
Excellent. So 6 figures, do you want to hit 100, 150, 200, 250? What's the 6 figures you're looking for?
I want to have at least $500,000.
500. Beautiful.
Because houses here now cost, like 500,000 doesn't get you anything. It doesn't even get you a townhouse right now. So, I mean, my real dream is $1 million, because then I could buy a house, a car, and then I could travel. So, because right now I don't have a house, I don't have a car, and I haven't traveled since before I landed on the island. So
I've got it. So you want financial security. The number that you're aiming towards is 500,000. And what are 3 things that excite you about achieving that goal? Now, I want you to think about that for a moment, and I want to explain this question to everybody. Emotions are the accelerator pedal on the law of attraction. So if you have a goal, but you have no emotional connection, then what will happen is it'll take a long time to achieve that goal and it will be really slow. But once you have an emotional connection and you've got at least 3 reasons that really excite you, what happens is everything accelerates. Did you see George before? Tracy, similar situation, started at 0, already earning 200 USD per hour, and he's got 18 new clients. But you can see it. He wants it. He has reasons to succeed. So what are 3 things that excite you about achieving this goal of $500,000?
Can one of them be to get rid of a fear of being homeless? Because right now, it's been scary the last couple of years here. Like I've had to move a couple times, and each time it's been such a scary experience because there's so many people ending up homeless. And I've just skimmed through it the last minute each time, paying rent that I really can't afford, and just praying that I come up with some money to keep us week by week. So that.
Well, I'd be excited to get rid of that fear. Absolutely.
Yeah,
so number 1, to get rid of the fear of being homeless, what's the second thing that excites you about this goal?
To be completely in control of my life and not have to be answerable to other people. To know that I can wake up in the morning and take care of all the bills, and to be able to have a home again, like to physically own a home and a car, so that if I want to go somewhere, there's no drama. I get to just jump in a nice vehicle and drive, because I've had a car since I was like 19.
Excellent. Let me come back to that in a moment.
Yeah.
So let me just run back through this. The 3 things that excite you. Number 1, you get rid of the fear of being homeless. You don't want to be scared anymore. Secondly, you're going to be in complete control of your life, not answerable to anybody else. And thirdly, what excites you is you can own your own home and you can own your own car. Is that correct?
Yes, and travel.
And
I
travel.
miss seeing the world. Yes.
Beautiful. Excellent. Now, in relationship to your goal of earning $500,000, where are you starting from? And I want you to describe your current situation in relation to the $500,000 goal.
It's in what way? Like distance? Like right now, I'm working part-time, not as a part-timer, as a casual. I Yeah.
So
I
let me
work-
give you an example.
I work when there's business. Let's just say that.
So
I'm
before
sort of
you
reliant-
mentioned that you are living hand to mouth.
Yeah.
So beautiful. So you got 500,000 over here 12 months from now. And where you're starting from at the moment is you're living hand to mouth. You're working part-time. And what's the gap? Are you currently at $20,000 and you want to get to 500, which means the gap's 480,000? What's the gap? What's the dollar gap?
Probably $460,000 gap.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. So for all of you future business owners, for all of you future leaders, for the people who want to coach others, the coaching takes place in the gap. You get clarity on the goal, you have a clear starting point, and then all the coaching takes place in the gap. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put a plan in place to close this gap of 465,000. Once you close the gap, the goal takes care of itself. So let's do a couple of things now. Tracy, we want to have a look at your disc report. So just to confirm, is this your disc report?
Yes.
Is that you? Excellent.
That's me.
Okay. Now, the first thing we want to have a look at here is your descriptive words on page number 12. So the descriptive words here on page number 12, and we're specifically focusing on the D style. So this is how you're going to approach problems and challenges. So which of these words here best describe you? Which of those words best describe you?
The problems. Contemplative, maybe?
And which one? Contemplative?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So
It does. Would that mean like thinking too much on them? Like just
overthinking.
Yeah. Okay. That's it then.
Okay, cool. So when it comes to solving problems and challenges, your descriptive word is going to be contemplative. So I'm just going to highlight this here for everybody to see. Now, there's no good or bad. There's no right or wrong. We all do it differently. What's important is what it means to you. So when it comes to solving problems and challenges, and you attempt to do this contemplatively, what does the word contemplative mean to you?
Overthinking, going over and over and over. Like, yeah.
And for how long will you overthink it?
Sometimes to the point where there's a fire under my feet and I've got to make a decision one way or another. Like I'm up against the wall, so to speak.
Anybody else here like that? Not until you're up against the wall, not until then you make a decision. Okay, excellent. Now, why is this word contemplative important to you? Why is it waiting for things, why is it that you'll overthink, you won't make a decision until you're up against the wall? Why is that important to you?
So fear of making the wrong decision. Like trying to figure out all the outcomes.
Okay. So contemplative, it's overthinking. You won't make a decision till your back's up against the wall. And this is because there's a fear of making the wrong decision. And then what you'll do is you'll try to figure out all of the possibilities.
Yeah.
And then you'll act. Okay. Now, as you think about this contemplative approach to solving problems and challenges, how is this helping or how is this hurting you? So let's start with how it helps you. If any.
I'm trying to think. How does it help? Well, I guess it stops me from jumping into the wrong thing, or I'm not sure that it really helps.
Okay, so at least we've got one there, so it stops you from jumping in. Now let's have a look at the flip side. How does it hurt you?
It hurts me because it slows down the whole decision making. Or sometimes I will jump into something and then regret it because I haven't really thought it through. Because I know that I procrastinate. So sometimes I can go too far though and just go, oh, that must be the answer. I'll do that. And then without really thinking about it. And then I go, okay, that hasn't worked. Maybe I should really think about this. But then I overthink it and it never seems like the right thing. And I question, either way.
Yes. Makes sense. Okay. So let me
It's exhausting, I'll tell you. It's exhausting.
How many years of your life have you lost because of that?
I'd say pretty much since I've landed here. So since 2006. Yeah.
And we're now 2023. So it's a good 9
Yeah.
years.
Yes.
No, not 9 years.
No, it's longer.
Longer.
Yeah, yes.
2006.
Yeah.
2016, 10 years, 17 years.
Mm.
Okay. So let me just run back through this. Tracy's goal is to achieve financial security.
Mhm.
And what that means is it means $500,000. And what excites her about this is she wants to get rid of the fear of being homeless because that scares her. She wants to be in complete control of her life and not answerable to somebody else.
Mhm.
She wants to own her own home, her own car. She wants to be able to travel. And where she's starting from is living hand to mouth and working part-time. And the gap she's got to close is $465,000. We also started to have a look here at her D style, and we can see the way that she approaches problems and challenges is with a contemplative approach. And what this means to Tracy is that there's going to be overthinking, there'll be a fire under her feet, the back's going to be up against the wall, and then she'll make a decision. Because there's a fear of making a wrong decision. And then she'll try to figure out all of the options, and then she'll act.
Mm-hmm.
And how this benefits her, at times, it stops her from jumping in and making a decision. But how it's hurting her is it's slowing down her decision-making process. And then there's going to be a conflict, isn't there, Tracy? You'll jump in without even thinking about it. And then that'll lead to procrastination. And then after that, the overthinking will take place. You'll question everything. It becomes exhausting. And you've been doing this since 2006. A 17-year pattern.
Yes.
Now, the fourth step in coaching, Tracy, is we have to anticipate when this problem is going to come up again. So over the next 12 months, when do you anticipate this problem is going to come up again? Because you've got to close this gap of 465,000, isn't that correct?
Mm-hmm.
When is this same problem going to come up? What do you anticipate?
Making the decision as to what will get me that income, what actions will get me that income, and then believing I've made the right choice and staying with it until I get that income, instead of going, well, maybe there's something better. Oh, what if it doesn't work and there's something else that would work better? Or that sort of conversation goes on. Or what if it takes too long before I make that first bit of money? How long can I, the time effort, how long can I wait until I start to see income coming in before I throw in the towel and just have to go back to what I keep doing, taking crappy jobs just to survive?
So for you, it's going to come up really fast because you've got to make that decision of what are you actually going to do to make the 500K. And so it's going to come up in the decision-making process. It's then going to come up in the how you're going to go about making it happen. And then you're going to be in two minds. You're going to have an angel on one shoulder, a devil on the other. Is this the right choice? Is it the wrong choice? Am I going the right direction? Am I going in the wrong direction? Should I start now? Should I wait a little bit more? And then you'll be in two minds. And after the two minds, you'll start to go through all the what ifs. The what ifs about time. The what ifs about effort. And then it's just going to come down to a point of How long before I throw in the towel? How long until I quit? Is that the pattern?
Yes.
Isn't it nice to have a coach?
Yeah.
It can take us, here, 17 years, we can do these patterns and oftentimes we're not even aware of them. So the first step, Tracy, is to get awareness. Now, awareness doesn't solve the problem. Is everybody familiar with that? Just because the doctor diagnoses you with cancer, the diagnosis doesn't take away the cancer, does it, Tracy?
No.
You've still got to have medication or a possible operation. So, Tracy, are you working with a coach? Do you have a coach to hold you accountable so you don't quit when you get in two minds? Have you got a coach in your life?
Not now, but if I go in one direction or the other direction, I may have a coach in either direction that may help hold me accountable.
Okay. And that's what coaches do. They hold you accountable so you don't quit. And one day I'd love to have that opportunity to coach you. Tracy, thank you so much for being in the hot seat. Wonderful insights, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did you enjoy that, ladies and gentlemen? Once you can define your obstacles, then the next step is to put plans in place to overcome them. And that's why I say all world champions have a coach. Every Olympic athlete has a coach. And if you want to become the best in your field, then you too need a coach. So let me tell you a story about Ari. Maybe you're a little bit like Ari. That's Ari's photo on the right hand side. Can you see Ari there? Excellent. Well, Ari had a goal because he wanted to become an actor, but he was struggling in his acting career and he didn't know which direction to go. Should I take a job just for money or should I pursue my passions? Now, I helped Ari get clarity on his goals, helped him understand what was preventing him from getting what he wanted. And once he understood the right direction to go, then he launched into his acting career. What you can see here now is one of his videos on social media. Isn't that incredible? Looks like a Bruce Lee movie. And now he's going viral on the social media and he's getting views on his video all around the world. And I want the exact same thing happening to you. So before we head out for our break, let's start to change the way you think and feel. Who here believes the importance of mindset? Can you become successful with the wrong mindset? No. Mindset is everything. So let's start to make some improvements on your mindset. So when you're ready, I want you to put your headphones on. I want you to turn the volume up and let's start to give your mind some new instructions so you can become more successful. Are you ready to go? Let's do this. When you're ready, go ahead. Sit back, relax, and close your eyes. And take a big, deep breath in through the nose and let it out through your mouth. 2. Take a big, deep breath in through the nose and let it out through the mouth. Breathing in through the nose, letting it out through your mouth. Relax. And I'd like to ask the part of you that is responsible for facing challenges, if it's willing to communicate with me now with a nod of your head. Excellent. And I'd like to refer to you as dominance. And I want to thank you for communicating with me now. Dominance. I want to acknowledge you for always having acted in your best interest and getting results in the past. I am here today to assist you in creating additional behaviours to unleash new income levels? And can you take the part of you that gets results to come up with at least 3 new behaviours that will provide you the ability to unleash new income levels? And when you have those 3 choices, signal me now with a nod of your head. Excellent. Thank you. And now, go inside and check for any other parts that may hesitate when it comes to facing problems. And have those now with the dominating part of you to come up with at least 3 choices of behaviour that will enable you to partner with Daniel and unleash new income levels. And when you have those 3 choices, signal me now with a nod of your head. Excellent. And can you step into the future and put yourself in a situation where you are called upon to overcome challenges and will need these additional resources, experiencing this fully now? And as I count to 3, you'll open your eyes knowing you have fully integrated all of these resources. 1, 2, 3. Welcome back. Open the eyes. 100xDNA, how do you feel? How do you feel? Go to the chat box. What did you see? How do you feel? Let me know. Go to the chat box. What did you see? And how do you feel? This is Nikki Masson, a mother of 2 who felt dissatisfied with her career. She tried network marketing, but it wasn't the right fit for her. However, after joining my 1-year mastermind, she discovered her passion. In the mastermind, Nikki was able to build a successful business, and I provided her with hundreds of clients and coaching sessions, allowing her to grow her business and make tens of thousands of dollars every year. Now, Nikki's story is a testament to the power of finding one's passion and surrounding oneself with supporting individuals. Nikki was able to overcome the setbacks she encountered in leadership, and she built a successful business with the right resources and support. And this weekend, I'm going to be looking for more people like Nikki, people like you to partner with and help them achieve their goals. So ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for you to take a break. It's now 12:30. We will have a break until 1:30. Enjoy your break, and we will see you back here at 1:30 for the next session. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Gerard, and I help people to grow their money. Now, I just gone through a very excellent exercise with Daniel and Nini, where I get to see the wheel of life, my wheel of life. And so such a surprising to know and understand the shape came out like an elephant, but it helps me to identify where is my lowest gap and my strongest gap. And by identifying this, it allows me to work on the weakest area of my life and turn it into such a great area by applying all the positive learnings that I have in my strongest area to create the life that I can live life on my terms.
In the studies of tens of thousands of sales interviewers, the researchers discovered that the reason why salespeople didn't close the sales was because of fear of rejection. This accounted for up to 80% of the times that salespeople failed to ask for the order. This client was the same. His confidence was low, and he would lose 6 out of 7 sales presentations to his competitors. The reason was he had a fear of rejection and a self-awareness score of 44. I showed him how to gain confidence. Together, we increased his emotional intelligence score by 38 points, and in 12 months, he started winning 6 out of 7 sales. He had eliminated his fear of rejection and now enjoys a 250% increase in his income. If you're not making the level of sales and income that you desire, then you do need to learn about emotional intelligence. If you don't, unfortunately, you'll get left behind. If you'd like to learn how to make more money in less time, go to my website, www.danieltolson.com.
Hello, my name is Raha. I'm from Johor Bahru. I'm an entrepreneur. Okay, I'm very glad and happy that I'm here today, finally meeting Daniel and Nini face to face, because all this while over the past 2 years is already online. Okay, the takeout that I got today is actually when we have these NLP tools and especially the predicates that I learned today, I feel that it's very useful for us in meeting people like myself. I'm doing sales, so this is very important for every salesperson to have that with your hands in meeting people. So I really encourage you out there to really join Daniel Tolson 100x DNA Masterclass, because it's really, really worth it for all of us. And I'm here today. I'm really happy with that I've joined and Daniel, and I'm thankful for him. Okay, right, thank you.
There are 5 vital functions of emotional intelligence. Now, these 5 vital functions contribute to more than 58% of your success in both your personal and your professional life. This client was in a career transition. She was not aware of her strengths. She was uncertain of her future direction and was constantly feeling anxious about the future. By making minor improvements in all 5 areas of emotional intelligence, she became acutely aware of her strengths. She gained certainty about her future and increased her income by 400% inside of 1 year. Business people like you are learning how to do this every day. If you'd like to learn how to make more money in less time, go to my website, www.danieltolson.com. In studying the lives of millionaires and billionaires, everybody wants to perform at their best. Everybody wants to have more time off, and everybody wants to make a lot more money, including you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back to session number 4 of the 100x DNA Masterclass. Go to the chat box. Tell me, what have you learned so far? What have you learned about yourself? Or what have you learned about others? Go to the chat box. Let me know. What have you learned so far? Go to the chat box. Well, welcome to session number 4. Session number 4 is going to go from 1:30 p.m. through to 2:30 p.m. today. Now, I am honoured to introduce to you our guest speaker. As my wife and business partner, Nini has made a significant impact on the lives of tens of thousands of people, helping them to overcome mental and emotional blockages and to achieve their goals. With her expertise in goal setting and her inspiring story of success, Nini is poised to share valuable insights and knowledge that will benefit us all. So please join me in welcoming Nini Tolson to the Masterclass. Welcome, Nini.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Hello, husband.
Hey, wife. Oh my gosh, how ca I? How ca I? How cute are you looking today?
Thank you.
So good. Well, thank you for being here. We're into session number 4 of the Masterclass. And in the previous session, we just started to learn about the science of DISC.
I love that. I love this. And I remember the time when I learned about myself, I actually feel more confidence in myself because I know where's my strength, where's my weakness, but also be able to communicate way much better with you because now I also know about my husband's style.
You know about your husband's DISC style. Tell me, what are some of those things about my DISC style that you've already learned? And only tell them the good ones if you want to remain married.
Well, I know that you're very aggressive when it comes to business. And a lot of time you did set a very high expectation for yourself. When you didn't get what you want, you get very angry. And sometimes those outbursts can be quite frightening. You know, I remember you used to be like so angry, you will hit the desk, but because I know your style, I won't take it personally. I was like, okay, that's what Daniel, I let him do what he needs to do. And after, can be 30 minutes, I come back and you're back to normal already. So I think that is a very good way for me to actually know your style, not take it personally.
Because the D style's aggressive, aren't they? When they don't get what they want, they turn into the Hulk. So it's important to know this about your partner because people's behavior sometimes impacts you unintentionally. And so for Nini, when I get frustrated in business because I'm growing a business really fast and I don't get what I want, she understands it's nothing personal. It's just the frustration of not getting the result that I want. And so for us, having a relationship and understanding each other's DISC style, it's so much better. And my wife is a high I style. So she's the party starter. And whenever we need to get the party started, I say, wife, go and do your high I style job and I'll give you a reward. If you know what I mean. Well, welcome. Yeah. So, Nini, we met in 2008, 2009. Can you talk to me about what were some of your career goals and aspirations before we met in 2008, 2009?
Okay. When I was little, I always wanted to be a cabin crew. So my dream was just be an international flight attendant. So I was being in a career for almost 10 years when we met, actually. So for me, that goal is I just want to enjoy this career for the rest of my life and travel around the world. I think that's, it was a wonderful lifestyle. I cannot complain.
So you were cabin crew, you were happy doing the job. You'd been doing it for 10 years. You wanted to travel around the world. And then in 2009, 2010, what challenges were you starting to face?
I think, first of all, I broken my ankles, when I in the training college, and then I start having some heart problems because, as a cabin crew, You know, we have to fly at a very weird time. You know, sometimes you have to wake up like 1 a.m., land it at midnight. So that started creating some of my heart problem. But what really shift, you know, massively was in 2010, I was involved in the aircraft accidents. So for 2.5 years, I went through 3 major reconstructive surgeries on my kneecap. So in and out of the hospital for the rehab. So because of that accident, actually leaving me with a permanent disability, you know, and also the financial instability as well, you know. But the most important was that emotional trauma that, you know, it come to so bad that I want to end my life. From the glamorous cabin crew, turning into have to sitting on a wheelchair. And I remember you used to push me on the wheelchair in the Dubai Mall because I was stuck in the home for so long. And you take me out to have a lunch, and then, but I have to sit on a wheelchair. So, you know, I remember our colleagues see you pushing me, you know, in a wheelchair in the shopping mall.
Has that happened to anybody here? You've had a career goal, you've had a life path planned out, and then something dramatic comes along. To recap for those who are just coming back now, Nini was involved in an aircraft accident. And as a result of that, she fractured her knee in 5 different places, and for 3 years she was in and out of surgery. And she went through that emotional roller coaster to the stage where she even wanted to end her own life because of the emotional pain. Now, coming towards the end of 2012, when you were pregnant, what started to happen as a result of that stress?
I close to 3 times miscarriage because I was so stressed. I couldn't sleep. I lost my job, you know, and I was forced to leave Dubai. And I remember that time was that anxiety of I have to separate from you because you're still flying. And then, you know, for me, I have to return to Taiwan by myself, but also having that fear of you might miss the birth of our daughter.
So you lost your job that you'd been doing for 10 years.
Yeah.
You were in a major accident, which left you with a permanent disability. You lost your job, you almost miscarried 3 times. You had to leave the country that you were living in, and you had to start all over again.
Yes. With a little bit saving.
With a little bit of savings. And so at that stage, what did you have to decide? Could you go back to this old job, or did you have to reinvent yourself? What happened?
I think that was really challenging time for me. I remember I went to the psychologist, and she told me one thing. She said to me, "Hey, Nini, you need to stop waiting for the things to get better before you make a change. You have to make a change before things get better." So I think that's a wake-up call for me. Like you said, I need to make that decision. Do I look for another corporate job, or I have to reinvent myself into a total different person to pursue my goal and my dream?
And how many of you are sitting here today waiting for things to change before you get better? And how many years of your life have you wasted? Because for things to get better, you have to change first.
Yes.
And that's exactly what Nini is saying. If you want things to get better, you have to make the change. So you've lost your job, you've lost your financial security, you've come close to losing our daughter 3 times, and now you've got to reinvent yourself.
Yes.
What have you been able to achieve since then?
Well, first of all, I let go of my past painful memory, you know, all those anger, sadness, fear, hurt, and guilt that have, you know, holding me back. So I get rid of that. And then I having that confidence in myself to moving forward. Also, I learned a new skill to help me to live a new life, but also a lot of money, different financial reward. And because this skill, it helped me, I gained 700 new customers in 1 year. So now my coaching rate is $500 per hour. I can do at home. I also having that financial security in myself, but also the independency.
$500 per hour. Were you earning $500 per hour as cabin crew?
No, that was 50. So less than
So you're
10
earning
years,
$50
50
per hour.
per hour,
And within
before
10 years of reinventing yourself, you can now earn
500.
$500 per hour. Would anybody here today be angry if your wife was earning $500 per hour? Gentlemen, would you be angry? Ladies, would you be angry if you were earning $500 per hour? Would you? No way. So you've been able to acquire 700 customers, new customers just last year. Hourly income's gone from 50 to 500 per hour. Anything else that's changed for you after you've gone through that big reinvention?
Well, also that, I also be able to help a lot of customers as well. I turn my story as a pen, but into the sugar to impact other people. This year, very exciting is that I'm also gonna do your 100 SDNA, but in Chinese versions. So by that means that, we will be able to impact more people in this lifetime. So that was really excited.
Is there any husband and wives here today that would love to work together? Wives, would you like to be on the same path as your husband, or your husband to be on the same path of you? Men, would you like your wives to be on the same path? Or would you like to be able to do your life's work with your partner? Because if that's what you're looking for, it's absolutely possible. And Nini and I, we get to travel the world. We get to work with each other every single day, impacting lives. So in summary for Nini, is she had an accident on an aircraft, which resulted in the fracture of her knee in 5 places. She went through a total reconstruction, 3 major surgeries over 2.5 years. She lost her job. She lost her income. She came close to miscarriage 3 times. And through all of that, she was still able to grow. She was able to increase her income from 50 an hour to 500 per hour. Just last year alone, she trained 700 new people. And what this means for you is that you too have the ability to reinvent yourself. You too have the ability to turn things around at any moment. It doesn't matter how bad things were or how bad things are. You still have the ability to turn things around today. You're not too late. You're not too old. Now is the right time. So Nini, any final thoughts?
Well, one thing I always share, if you don't like the outer world of yours, change the internal world, because your outer world is a reflection of your inner world. So if you're ready to change and wanted to change, now is the time.
Do it now. Nini, thank you so much. And when I walk out of this room on the next break, I'm going to come and give you a kiss. I love you.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'll see you soon. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Go to the chat box, type in Nini. Now, who here today would describe themselves as more introverted? Who here today would describe themselves as more introverted? If you would describe yourself as being more introverted, type me into the chat box. Excellent. Who here would like to feel more confident around people? Would you like to be able to talk on stage like Nini just did? Would you like to be on stage like George was earlier today, impacting lives? Who here would like to feel more confident around people? Is that you? Tracy, me. Excellent. Victor, me. Excellent. Let me ask you, what would happen if you could become more influential? If you could become more influential and more persuasive, then what? What would happen? Go to the chat box. Let me know. What would happen if you became more influential? What would happen if you became more persuasive? Marissa, unstoppable. Excellent. Would you like to know how to do it? Excellent. Well, after this session, you'll be able to master recognizing your fear of rejection. You'll also gain knowledge to effectively influence others. And we're going to help you step out of your comfort zone with ease. Now, this is Ken. He was a builder, but he was also a man who had gone bankrupt, and he was feeling humiliated. And he too, just like Nini, he wanted to end his life. But then he found the 100X DNA Accelerator. This is my 1-year mastermind. And he got the tools to lead, the tools to build a business. He got the tools to make sales and to be able to do it faster and easier. And thanks to the 100X DNA Accelerator, my 1-year mastermind, he's now financially free. He's now debt-free, and he's running a successful business. And look at the smile on his face. He's incredibly happy. Well done, Ken. Well done. And you know what? I want the same for you. I want you to be debt-free. I want you to be financially free. I want you to be living life on your terms. But before we go there, we're going to go here. Are you ready? Let's learn about influence. Now, you've learned about your dominant style. It's now time to learn about your influence style. Now, you can follow along on page number 12. On page number 12 of your disc report. This is a big disc report, isn't it? It's half the size of my body. On page number 12, you'll see your word sketch and your natural style. And what we're looking for here is we're going to be looking for your yellow box, which are your descriptive words for your influence style. So let's unpack this together. Let's have a look at influence. Influence is about how you influence people and contacts. Influence is how you put your focus on others. People who are high in the influence style tend to act persuasively. In addition, the influence style comes along with the emotions of optimism and the emotion of trust. Now, for the influence style, one of their greatest fears is the fear of being left out. It's the fear of being left behind or even losing social approval. Now, if your influence score is above the line, 50 points or above, these will be some words that will describe you. Enthusiastic, charming, influential, confident, generous. If your influence score is 50 or below, then some of the words that will describe you when it comes to influencing people and contact will include controlled, rational, factual, pessimistic, or even suspicious. So what I'd like you to do now is I'd like you to turn to page 12. Turn to page 12 and I want you to choose one of those words that best describe you. So what you're looking for on page 12 is you're looking for the yellow box. The yellow box will have your descriptive words. For me, charming, influential, sociable, and trusting. And I want you to choose one of the keywords that best describe you. So I'm going to choose influential. That's going to be the word that best describes me. What about you? Victor. Rational. Excellent. Raj. Contemplative. Marissa. Gregarious. Clara. Pensive. Tracy. Optimistic. David. Logical. Helen. Trusting. Excellent. What is that word that best describes you? Go to the chat box. Let me know. What is the word that best describes you? Jesus. Trusting. Excellent. Wonderful. What other words best describe you? Now, what I'd like you to do, turn on your cameras because you're going to have the opportunity to do some hot seat coaching. So, Clara Lynn, if your camera is on, Clara Lynn, if your camera is on, you're going to have the opportunity to do some hot seat coaching. If your camera's not on, I'm going to skip over to the next person. So Clara Lynn, I'm going to give you 5 seconds. If you got your camera on, let's go ahead and let's do some hot seat coaching. If not, you're going to miss out. Okay, Clara Lynn, Well, my coaching rate is $750 per hour. Your camera isn't working. So I'm going to hand the opportunity over to Annie. Annie's got her camera on. Annie, congratulations. You're going to be in the hot seat with me now. Annie, good afternoon. How are you doing there? Hey, welcome.
Hello, hi, Daniel.
Welcome to 100x DNA Masterclass. How are you enjoying yourself so far?
Yes, it's great. Thank you.
Excellent. And what have you learned about yourself so far?
That I learn can see what I have within ourselves, knowing our own selves better to overcome our fear and everything.
Excellent. Good. And what did you learn about yourself? What's one of those things within yourself that you've learned so far?
Within myself, is it within the red box just now?
What did you learn?
Okay. I more or less I know that I calculated my risk. That is how I actually being so moderate, maybe so afraid to take more risks. That is maybe the point that I have to overcome myself.
Okay. Well, we're going to learn more about that now as we start to unpack your disc style. So this is what we're going to do together, Annie. We're going to have a look at your eye style. We're going to have a look at how you approach people and contacts. We're going to explore your descriptive words, what they mean to you, why they're important, and how they're either helping or hurting you. So as we begin with some coaching, let me know, where do you want to be 12 months from today? What's that 12-month goal that you're working towards?
Okay, I think I have mentioned 2 times that I wanted a breakthrough in my career, and I wanted to achieve at least 4 times of my sales target, monthly sales target.
Okay, excellent. So that career breakthrough, what does that look like? What does it sound like? What does it feel like? Describe it to me. What is that breakthrough you're looking for?
Like what you have mentioned earlier, that I feel currently stuck. As in, I've been there, I've done that, but maybe same like Nasim earlier, she shared that is getting declining. So we just need to be back on track to achieve those.
So first thing I'm hearing, which you mentioned before, is you've got to be able to explore more risk. Instead of being afraid of risk, to explore risk. Secondly, you mentioned that you're feeling stuck. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then thirdly, that your performance was declining.
Yeah.
Okay. So the career breakthrough is to break through that and also to quadruple 4x your sales targets. Is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent. So for you to have that career breakthrough, for you to 4x your sales, what excites you about that? Give me 3 things that excite you about achieving that goal.
Of course, I have more income to provide to my family. And I can prove to myself that I can be back on track and get the recognition.
Awesome. So you want to have that career breakthrough, you want to 4x your sales, and what excites you about that is you're going to increase your income. There's going to be more income. Yep. You're going to be able to prove to yourself that it's possible, and you're going to get recognition. Is that correct?
Yes.
Beautiful. Excellent. So in terms of the gap, there's a couple of gaps here. In your career breakthrough, you've got to overcome this fear of risk. And then secondly, you've got to be able to increase your sales 400%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, well, let's explore. First of all, I want to confirm, is this your disc report? Just have a look at the screen. Is that your disc report?
Yes, correct.
Excellent. So everybody else can follow along. On page number 12, we're going to have a look at your descriptive words. We're going to have a look at your word sketch natural, and we're going to have a look at the disc focus of people and contacts. Now, as we go down the list here, there's a series of words that describe how you influence people and contacts, how you interact with others. So the words are introspective, pessimistic, quiet, pensive, reticent, or suspicious. When it comes to interacting with people and contacts, which of those words best describes you?
Introspective.
Introspective. Okay. Awesome. Let's work with that one there. Okay. So the next question is introspective. When it comes to dealing with people and contact, what does introspective mean to you?
What does introspective mean to me? When I deal with people, I think I would position myself as what is my role to them. Yeah.
And the word introspective, when it comes to interacting with people or contact, what does introspective mean to you?
Like I would rather, I would more to like reflect myself and don't step to other people's shoe.
Could you give me another way to put that? I'm struggling to understand it. Give me another way to understand that.
Okay, I trying to describe to you.
So when it comes to influencing people and contact, you said the word that describes you as introspective. So when it comes to influencing people and contact, introspective, what does that mean to you? Hello? Honey,
Sorry,
are you there? Wake up. We're not
think,
here all day.
I think when in contact with other people, it might not be the best to describe as introspective.
Okay, so you want to choose a different word, do you?
Yes, if
Okay.
it's in contact with other people,
And Annie, we want to do it fast. We're not here all day. Come on. Let's go.
yeah, I think maybe pensive. I would say.
Okay, pensive. Okay, so when it comes to interacting with people and contacts, you've chosen the word pensive. What does that mean to you?
Like maybe I would like more engaging and as in when it's come to like introspecting with other people, in contact with other people, I would engage in more deep conversation, and I will try to listen what is they're trying to brought it up and what is their solution, and I provide what their needs and I provide the solutions.
Okay, so it would be listening and providing solutions. Is that correct? Is that what it means for you?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Now, the next thing we want to have a look at here is this approach to people being pensive. Why is that important to you?
Why is it important to me? I think it connects with my role because I'm actually providing advice for my customer in terms of like investment or wealth products. So that's why we need to find engaging in more deep conversation for me to be able to narrow down on what their needs and what I should advise them to.
Okay, wonderful. So, introspective for you, listening deeply, providing advice, fact-finding, deep conversation. Now, this pensive approach, how does this help you? In your business, how is this helping you?
How is this helping me?
How does that help you? I'm getting dizzy, Annie. I keep going from side to side with your camera.
Yeah, sorry, because I'm I'm having difficulties to like online with my from my laptop. So
Okay, so the question is, let me just repeat that. Pensive, being pensive,
Mhm.
providing advice, fact-finding, deep conversation. How's that helping you achieve your goals?
How is this helping me? Okay, if I can get what they need and I provide solution that meet their needs, that is how I can achieve my sales target.
Excellent, good. And how is this hurting you, or how is it holding you back?
How is it holding me back? Okay. I guess the feeling of currently in a stuck situation that I don't know what I don't know what's the direction and how to achieve that. I kind of lost focus in between.
Are you still there, Annie? Okay, looks like Annie's dropped out. Okay, so let's recoup this one here. Annie's approach was pensive. And so she said this is more introspective, listening deeply, providing advice, fact-finding, and deep conversation. So this is either going to help her or hurt her on the way to achieve her goals. So what about you? What was your word? What was the word that describes your I style? Go to the chat box, let me know. Were you more emotional? Were you more charming, confident, controlled, contemplative, introspective? What was the word that described you? Go to the chat box, let me know. Okay, Ming Ming, trusting. Excellent. Wonderful. Wonderful. Now, as we continue, let's start to explore your S style. S stands for steadiness. And this is how we approach the pace and consistency of the environment. Now, for people who have scores above the line and below the line, then you're going to have different descriptive words. However, we are all a blend of the S style. So when it comes to the S style, your focus is on pace and consistency. The S style tends to act patiently. When it comes to emotions, there's something different here. The S style tends to be patient, but they tend not to be expressive of emotions. Now, what that means is, it's not that they don't feel emotions, they just don't show them externally. So the higher your S style, the least likely you are to show emotions. And the fear that comes along with this style is a sudden change. It's a fear of losing stability, or it's a fear of losing security. Now, if your score on your S style is above the line, then you're going to be calming. You're going to be a team person. You're going to be consistent. Words could describe you as composed or steady. Now, if your score is below the line, flexible, energetic, fidgety, active, or spontaneous, those words might better describe how you approach the pace and the consistency of the environment. So let's turn the page and let's have a look here. What are your descriptive words? Which words best describe you? Go to the chat box, find your green box, and let's have a look. Adrian, fidgety. Marissa, energetic. Karen, patient. Millen, consistent. Excellent. What other words best describe you? Ming, steady. Raj, calming. Helen, composed. Rachel, team person. Excellent. So go to the chat box. What word best describes you? patient, stable, patient, possessive. Okay, wonderful. Excellent. Well, let's take a deeper dive. Okay, Marissa. Marissa Lai, are you ready? Let's have a look at your disc report and let's see what we can learn. Okay, Marissa, give us a wave so my team can bring you into the hot seat. Hey, how you doing there?
I'm good, thank you.
Thanks for joining us. What have you learned
Thank you
about
for
yourself
having
so
me.
far? My pleasure.
Well, from how I face challenges is I'm actually quite decisive and daring. In terms of people contacts, I am persuasive, I am enthusiastic, and I'm actually quite surprised that my S is so low. Well, I mean, thinking back, I think in terms of like working with people, I'm a team player. I actually take on the nurturing role when it comes to working with my team. But however, I get a bit thrown off if things are not very consistent. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
excellent.
and that's when the energy comes in to try to rush everybody along and, you know.
Go, 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 go. Okay.
Yes.
Well, let's learn about that. What is your 12-month goal? Where do you want to be 12 months from today? What are you aiming for 12 months from now?
Okay, because I recently just started a new venture.
Mhm.
I've been sidetracked a bit, but anyways, coming back to that, my goal would be to earn a consistent income from it.
Mhm.
So if you want to target maybe 250,000 in Singapore dollars by the end
Excellent.
of the year,
Excellent.
just from this project alone.
Wonderful. So consistent income of
Yeah.
250,000 Sing dollars. And what are 3 things that excite you about earning 250,000 Sing dollars just on this project?
It would mean that, hey, I can do it, and you know, full control, and I have more ammunition emotionally, and to actually pursue my other projects because I'm a creative person. I have a lot of ideas, and I just need to know that I have the mileage and the trust in myself, basically. So this project for me is very important. I talk a lot about trust because I realize that I don't have that. Yeah. And the D
Okay.
person comes to rush me as well. So that's
Good. Excellent. So consistent income of 250,000 per year by December this year for this project. And what else is important about this to you and what excites you is having the belief that I can do it.
yes.
Feeling in full control and also having that trust in yourself.
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. Now, in relation to the 250,000 Sing dollars, where are you starting from? What's the current income on the project?
Probably about 30,000, so about 220,000 short.
Okay, so 30,000, good. And the gap is going to be 230.
Yeah, 220.
220. Okay, excellent. So the gap of 220. Okay, well, let's start to brainstorm some ideas and let's get more clarity on your disc report. So just to confirm, is this your report on the screen?
That's me.
Excellent. Wonderful. Let's have a look at page number 12. And on page 12, we have your word sketch. So these are the words that describe how you approach people and contacts. The first word, emotional, enthusiastic, gregarious, impulsive, optimistic, persuasive. Which of those words best describe you?
From the red column, right?
From the yellow. Oh,
sorry,
sorry,
the
no,
yellow.
we're doing, sorry, S style. My apologies.
S style, sorry.
When it comes to managing the pace and the consistency of the environment, discontented, energetic, fidgety, or impetuous?
I'll manage my discontentment, but on the autos aspect, I'll be energetic because I know how other people get pressured as well. So I'm very intuitive, so I know how the team works. So I try to self-manage.
Excellent. Wonderful. So you've got energetic, and energetic, what does that mean to you? When it comes to managing the pace and consistency of the environment, you're energetic. What does that mean to you?
That means I read like how do you say, if people are tired based on too much work, can we stop and reconsider or review and check in with our plans and do a little bit of like a team morale thing where you kind of boost everyone up and, you know, focus on what we have done well. So yeah, that kind of, from that kind of aspect. So take breaks, mini breaks, and then and come back to the goal, something like that.
Beautiful, beautiful. So it's reading people, it's checking in, it's team morale, it's taking mini breaks. Now, this quality, and this is the next question, why are these important to you? Reading people, checking in, team morale, mini breaks. Why is that important to you?
Because as long as it's outside of you, you don't really have much control because anything can happen. Yeah. And I'm a super control freak, but at the same time, I also understand that the best people to manage people are actually themselves. So it's a lot to do with trust. So the more you trust yourself and the more you trust your teammates, it builds better understanding. Yeah. And to me, having a clear line of communication and that safe space to actually talk about it is very important. Yeah.
Excellent.
Clarity. Yes.
Excellent. So this steadiness style, which is energetic, for you means reading people, checking in, team morale, mini breaks, and understanding that you have no control of the external. However, at the same time, you're a super control freak. Yes. So I want you to think about this quality. How can you use this quality to help you achieve the goal of 250,000? And remember, there's a gap of 220,000. So how can you use this energetic approach to help you to achieve your goal?
Well, that's a tricky one. So I guess in the way that we plan our projects, we could make it more exciting. Yes. And to actually always manage pace. So there are times where you have to speed things up and there's times where you have to keep it controlled. So you really have to walk the balance. That's through proper planning. So the control bit is through planning and research, and then injecting the energy as and when you need it.
Excellent.
I'm thinking that it's like this.
Excellent. And that same quality, you know, we've got our yin and yang. We have both sides to it. How could this energetic approach hurt you, or how could it hold you back on closing that gap of 220,000?
Okay, I'm speaking from a point of view like I'm the leader. So energy wise, because I try to manage everything from a control point of view, I always get burnt out. So as much as I'm an extrovert, I'm a closet introvert because I need my alone time to recharge and to do my own thing, you know, be it painting or reading or stuff like that. And then before I get out, yeah, I'm a private person as much as I'm an extroverted person.
Okay. So a couple of things that you've got to watch out for as you work towards this goal is you've got to be mindful of burnout.
Yes.
You've got the time where you're an extrovert, and then you need to have time where you can just explore the inner world and be an introvert.
It sounds like I have bipolar, right?
Hey, which is not a bad thing. I think sometimes when people got bipolar, they have twice as much fun.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you need to have some me time as well.
Yes.
So what happens is, and you understand balance, is when it comes to achieving your goal, balance in the personality is also important. So you've got these strengths that can both help or hurt you. And avoiding the burnout is going to be very important, because once we burn out, recovery from burnout or adrenal fatigue can be 2 or 3 years just to recover from that. But I think there's a lot of people here today who haven't been burned out for 2 years or 5 years, but they could have been burned out for 10 or 20 years. And they just haven't had the courage to leave that job.
Yeah.
So we've got to think through this. So energetic. Now, I want you to think a couple of moves away. I want you to start to think a couple of months from now.
Okay.
What challenges are you going to anticipate? What are some of these obstacles that are going to arise as a result of moving towards this goal? You understand that you can't control the external things, but there's going to be things that come up that are beyond your control. So what are going to be some of these obstacles in the next 8 to 12 months?
Manpower, I guess.
Mhm.
I cannot control when people will leave or come. The clients, as much as I can only focus on what I can do, right? So in terms of building, let's say, a community and things like that, I have no idea. I'm really new to this space, so that's one. And then the industry as well, learning new things. So it's just lots of things I could get lost. Yeah. And I'm it's the first time I'm doing a project on my own. I've always been in independent roles. I'm a self-starter and an initiator, but there's always someone to answer to. So this approval thing is like, that's why I speak a lot about trusting myself, because the approval now comes from me. I have to approve of myself and learn how to be okay with the decisions that I make and not to be critical, because the D in me comes up and then it always says like, oh, you could be doing so much better. What's that one more call? Yeah, it drives me insane.
Excellent. So for the external obstacles, it can be manpower, it can be clients, it can be industry, and it can be the first time on the project and you've got to learn a lot. And some of those internal obstacles are going to be accountability, especially when there's nobody there to answer to because you're doing this for the first time by yourself.
Yes.
So one of the inner obstacles is accountability. The other inner obstacle that you mentioned is it's kind of learning to say no, because if we have a look at your disc style here, the high D in you is argumentative, daring, demanding, decisive, domineering, egocentric, go, go, go. You can always do another call. You can always make another 10 calls. You can always do another 100. And one of the problems with the high D, it just doesn't know when to stop.
Yeah.
So it's like having an inner conflict, like we were talking to Tracy about before. You can have an angel on one shoulder and a devil on the other one. And it could be the extroverted part of you who says, come on, let's go out there and make some sales and talk to people. And the introverted says, you know what, Marissa, let's just go home. Let's just do some art. Let's do some painting. And they start to fight. But that's incredibly draining. And for all of us to understand is when we have these inner conflicts between the angel and the devil, between good and bad and right or wrong, that actually leads to cancer. Leads to cancer. Inner conflicts in the mind lead to cancer.
Okay.
And none of us want to end up with cancer, do we? So we've got to learn to find this balance. And for you, it's learning to say no to yourself. I'm a high D and I know I can make another 100 calls. I can do another 10 webinars until I get burned out.
Yeah.
And then the road to recovery is very long. Okay. Yeah. So we've got the external obstacles. We have the inner obstacles. And what's one thing that you can start doing today to leverage this energetic style? What's one thing that you can do to start leveraging this energetic style and getting another step closer to your goal?
I'm just thinking about my schedule. So like block out the me times and be very strict about it.
Good. Okay. Write that down on paper right now.
Okay.
Block out me time.
Block out me time. Yes.
Now, one of your challenges on top of that is that you have nobody to answer to. You've got no accountability. So, Marissa, as soon as you've blocked out that me time in your calendar, write to me immediately and let me know you've done it. Because if you don't write to me, then I'm going to have a sleepless night.
Awesome.
And that's what a coach does. They hold you accountable. So let's go back through this together, and then I'm going to explain to you something else. Let me just take a couple of notes.
Okay.
And I'm going to help you gain some greater clarity here. Okay. So are you enjoying the hot seating, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes,
Isn't
it's
it
making
great?
me hot. I'm really warm.
You can learn so much. And we say this is accelerated learning because we're using science. There's no guesswork. And so in a moment, I'm going to show you, Marissa, a couple of other things. Well, Masterclass, let's get Marissa back into the hot seat. Yep. I still want more of her time. Okay.
Awesome.
We're going to go back through this. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm just following our scientific formula here for coaching. So first thing is you want to have a consistent income of 250,000 Sing dollars from this project. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the three things that excite you about this is developing that belief of I can do it. Having full control, trusting in yourself.
Yes.
And this place that you're starting from is that this is a new venture. And at the moment, you don't have that level of trust in yourself as of yet. So that level of trust is something that you need to learn how to do that this year. Now, the gap to close for you is 220,000, and it's also developing that belief. Because a lot of people, when it comes to goal setting, they might look at the dollars and go, I've got to close the gap on 220,000. We also have to develop ourselves to become that person. And as part of your development is to develop the belief systems. And that's where you need things like NLP, because NLP helps you do that really quickly. So as we were brainstorming here, the word that describes how you approach the pace and consistency of the environment is energetic. Now, you also mentioned something before, which was intuitive. So I'm going to come back to that in a moment. But energetic for you is about reading people. It's checking in. It's team morale. It's having mini breaks. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the way to your goal, you've got to be mindful of the things that you can and can't control. So there's things